Alright, let's do another short stream. I don't know, maybe an hour or two, maybe 4. You know how it goes. So, goal for today, I guess, is to make it through the match against PSIS and maybe through the cup game. Preferably with a win. But given how the last cup game was, I guess we would need some tactical adjustments overall. And there's some stuff there that I somewhat got baited into, I guess. So let's reflect on a few things, maybe. This will take some time, but on the other hand, I really want to do it. So first of all, this wingback position here, there's individual instructions for the hell of it. And if we look at the available material, this does not necessarily need to be on support duty, does it? Could. In the case of Abdullah, though, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Should be more focused on defending, I guess. So what's the difference in the role between support and defending? He runs wide with ball and gets further forward in this setup. And otherwise, he would cross from deep, hold position, take fewer risks, and run wide with more ball. That sounds reasonable, in fact. So I guess we'll do that. And for the rest of it, pass it shorter, target forward, dribble less, shooting less often, and all of that. That's good on all of them, I think. None of our defenders out there are, for some reason, really good crossers, really good dribblers, all of that stuff. We want them to play a risk-free pass in the end. Maybe cross from deep from time to time. But also less often because they're no good at it. That said, Jorge Cesar is up front, so sometimes it's a good idea to cross, but most of the time it isn't. And in his case, well, the attribute profile speaks for himself. No, for itself. On this side, it's a bit different because we need individual instructions, I think. So Arianto's crossing is 8. We have similar crossing over here. But in the end, we want them to be less aggressive too. So defensive duty here is fine. Let's have a look at Utama though. Utama's specific instruction says he should push a little bit more forward. This was debated last time out on stream. And I think, well, Magel Cabbage had a point here. He leaves a lot of space behind him. So even though he has the skills to take more risks and cross more often, he's not good at covering for it. So if we put him to defend duty, he will automatically take fewer risks. He can still cross more often. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, actually. Taking fewer risks for him, I don't know. On the other hand, well, let's put it that way. If he takes fewer risks and we do not concede for that instruction, I guess that's fine. Crossing more often towards target forward is still a thing for him. Dribbling less, well, is he a bad dribbler? Nah, he's no good at it anymore. We're strictly talking about the remainder of the season here, and maybe the cup games, so, well, hopefully more than one. So, not sure what's gonna happen here. Then there's the cases of Ari and Ferdiancia. So, I had a look at Ari for it felt like half an hour. And I have my problems with finding out the role for him. Advanced forward? Barely. I mean, there's a lot of stuff left to be desired here. Poacher? Yeah, I guess no. Pressing forward? There's stuff missing here. As a deep lying forward, he doesn't work. As a target forward, he's got the height, and that's about it. To be fair, I really thought maybe that's a good idea, but it doesn't use it in his pace and stuff, so no. And these rolls here are more technical rolls. He's absolutely rubbish at that. First touch and technique is fine. No passing whatsoever, though. So, well, what can he do? He can run with the ball. Okay, let's make him a winger. Well, he has no crossing to speak of, and his passing is rubbish too. The rest is there on support duty, but he cannot play a pass and he shouldn't cross, so winger is a bad idea. On attack duty, even worse. His anticipation is worse than his work rate, so the way we instruct him right now is no good. He is better working hard, I guess. So this is rubbish. Tactics, give or take. I think we should use him as a winger on support duty. If we want to use him at all. And shooting less often and taking fewer risks, yeah, that makes sense. Still, there's the problem that he crosses more often in this setup as a winger. And, you know, his crossing is free. So, forget about that. That's not good. As an inverted winger, so assuming he would be a natural somewhere, as an inverted winger, well, his long shots are horrible, his crossing is horrible, his vision is bad, his passing is bad. Support duty makes more sense due to the stamina and the work rate, but overall there's stuff missing here. I'd argue that he can learn some of it, but he will never be good enough, I think. So let's say he makes an inside forward. Okay, there's no reliance on crossing anymore. The anticipation, yeah, that's not good, but it's not horrible. Long shots and passing are really bad, and the finishing isn't great. How about support duty? Yeah, that relies more on the vision and less on the finishing. No good either. Inside forward on attack, to be fair, might be somewhat okay, but I'm not so sure about that. It relies on a decent finish, and he doesn't have one. Anything that is considered a playmaker is far from Ari, just because his passing is 4. Why target forward? Well, he's got the jumping, but no balance whatsoever. No strength, no heading. Doesn't make much sense. And then there's Trequartista and Raumdeuter. Raumdeuter it relies heavily on mentals, which he doesn't have. So I don't think this is an idea, and well, this is a technical role, so no. To be fair, this is probably one of the better solutions for him still. I don't know, at least it relies on his acceleration and the first touch and stuff, but barely. So what's left? I don't know. Back here, well, there would be a wide midfielder or stuff, which also includes crossing, good work rate, so maybe something like this. Or we go to attacking midfield. As a shadow striker, he likes the concentration, the passing, and decent finish, also anticipation, and he has no balance. So I don't know what to do with him. Playmaker? I mean, no. Attacking midfielder? Most definitely not. Trequartista? Nah. And there's the Engage. Or however it's pronounced. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense either. So, now I've been through all of his positions and I still don't know what to do with him. I guess the best we can do is use him as a replacement. And run his contract, well, through, and then see that we get rid of him. Given his susceptibility to injury and the attribute profile, I don't think that's a horrible decision. So the best thing he's got going for himself is pace. That's about it. That makes him useful, but not very useful. At least that's my perspective for now. So I would be willing to get rid of him. Thing is, we need a replacement first. And one that's a bit more rounded. He doesn't want to leave anyway. Maybe on loan in the future. No. So, yeah, we would need not to play him for him to leave, and I don't think it should be a primary goal here. but it's something. I also had a look at some of the other players. Some of them have obvious weaknesses, like Ferdiancia's first touch and technique here. He's still training on those. Working on those. He trains them, so I guess that's okay. But there's barely any progress here. It's a similar situation with Ari, but I think in Ferdiancia's case, at least the attribute profile fits his role somewhat. The first touch and the technique we can work on. We can also, compared to winger on support duty, work rate isn't that bad, but it doesn't use his flair, and anticipation of 7 is, well, at least a point better than Ari's. Also, he's still friggin' fast, and the traits fit this nicely. He knocks ball past the opponent, runs down left, and gets forward whenever possible. This is all winger stuff, and this is all winger on the left wing side, so I'm okay with this. So in Ferdiancia's case, yeah, sure, you do that. Also, with that flair, passing is alrightish, vision not so good, technique is not so good. So I would argue for now he should take fewer risks and obviously shoot less often, given that he is no good goal scorer. But in the future, I can certainly imagine him having decent passing and also having somewhat decent vision and taking more risks, which might serve the squad just fine. So we've got a more defensive side here with Ari, as long as Ari plays over here. There's another notion that I want to bring up, Moody. So Moody is instructed to play as an inverted winger, which is also the default position here. I have my problems with Moody, and this has to do with the traits. Moody knocks ball past the opponent. Okay, let's look this up. So knocks ball past the opponent. You cannot see the website, but knocks ball past the opponent requires very good mobility, acceleration, which he's got, agility, which he is okay in, and pace, which he has, and good endeavor, work rate, which he doesn't have. So if he wants to knock the ball past the opponent, he needs good work rate. Otherwise, he will rarely use it, and this is not useful anymore. So that's no good. Attempts overhead kicks is even worse. Attempts overhead kicks requires excellent shooting ability, finishing, and technique. His technique is okay, his finishing is horrible, and very good awareness, anticipation primarily, which he doesn't have. So both of these traits he would need to get rid of. Attempts overhead kicks is one that is used rarely. On the other hand, it's not like he's doing anything else in training, so he might as well try to get rid of that. And I really do not want that on him. On the other hand, he needs to work on his work rate, I think. Wherever it is, here. This will not do. So that's strictly derived from the fact that he knocks the ball past the opponent. I want his stamina to remain here at least, and I want his work rate to go up. Problem is, well, he rarely got fined so far, or he got no official warnings whatsoever. Otherwise, his work rate would increase, bit by tiny bit. I also don't think he has much left in him, development-wise, so I don't know about the work rate. On the other hand, player still ages, so he might improve a little bit with that. Alright. Can we... This is the technical coach. Can we remove the overhead kicks? It's a trait that suits players with like him with natural flair about the game. I do not think so. Flair or no flair, doesn't matter much. By the way, the flair is also not accompanied by decent passing and vision, so not sure what to do there. Taking fewer risks, crossing less often, shooting less often, this all seems reasonable for him. there anyone else here? Well, I also had a look at Hida Yantula. That's one of the players that develops a little bit better, but is not that straightforward. And it seems like moves into channels. If I can pull it up, give me a second. Moves into channels requires really good attacking movement. So that's anticipation, decisions, and off-the-ball movement. Anticipation and decisions are fine. Off-the-ball movement is outstanding. In fact, he's in decline, considering the off-the-ball movement alone, but doesn't matter much. For a youngster, this is great. He has some time to develop, so if he develops at all, given the personality, that's likely, he will probably be fine with the trait and these attributes. The thing is, preferably, he also has good mobility, which is not a thing yet. There's, well, say he gets to 9 or 10, then maybe we can read into this. That's acceptable mobility for the level. Good dribbling ability, dribbling technique, anticipation, decisions, and flair. Flair is okay-ish. Anticipation is okay-ish. Decision making is alright. Dribbling and technique, nah, not so much. So that's not really a good idea. So that's one way to pose a threat on the ball, because you know, if he moves into channels and gets on the ball, obviously we want him to be threatening to the opponent. And the alternative would be decent passing or crossing ability or something. So his crossing is inexistent. We can scratch that idea. So we're left with passing, and passing is 5 and vision is 2. So our best bet is the dribbling, really. It's not a primary concern right now, but just to have that in the back of our minds. First he needs the physicals, and then he needs some dribbling. Or in other words, he needs what a Shadow Striker would need. So not much learned here. On the other hand, now we know where the physicals need to go up. Also, we can praise him, because we're here. Great. And there's similar thoughts to some of the other players too. I don't want to go through everyone right now, but once the opportunity comes up, we should have a look at the odd player here and there and determine if we want to keep him around that way, I guess. Maybe we can have a look at the keeper now. In his case, for example, the one-on-ones are really, really bad. There's just no other way to put this. Well, no friendly way. And his tendency to rush out is already high. His command of area isn't bad, isn't good. So, I don't know, maybe he rushes out even more. But with these one-on-ones and that command of area, he will not do. And the technique and stuff, he probably doesn't need that much. So hopes are we can get the one-on-ones up to a reasonable level. But, yeah, it's a problem now. Let's have a look at Karev too. He's not as bad in most of these things. His throws are horrible though. On the other hand, at least he's working on them. Also, we're talking a 16-year-old, so I guess we have some time. Alright, now we have a 4-day break. We can also argue about some of these instructions, most likely until the cows come home. But so far, the shorter passing worked rather reasonable. And in particular in the last match, I felt like it didn't do us any good to go with more direct passing or to try to get behind the defense. Usually we get behind the defense with a passing combination, with short passes, because we do not have good passing for long passes within the team. Or you can argue the other way around. The anticipation and the movement is not good enough on a broader scale to just run after a misplaced ball all the time. So overall, I think we should rely on shorter passing, not so much on passing into space and the anticipation of the players and so on. And the good news is we can test this immediately. Well, it basically says we do nothing about that. So crypto will be banned. That's not good. This is a trial offer, isn't it? He will probably not come over. Oh, he will come over. So I had a look at him, I think, previously. In comparison to Ari, he knocks the ball past the opponent. He's got the work rate to do it, contrary to Moody. But he's a box standard winger, to me, more or less. That said, maybe he can also play as an inverted winger. Let's have a look at him. And maybe, just maybe, we'll sign a player for next season that can be a replacement on the right wing. We could use one anyway. At least somewhat of a replacement. Yeah, so he's a fringe player for now. And apparently we know nothing. Other than he is a balanced guy and only has potential to be a decent League 1 right midfielder. That's due to the fact that he's 24 already. On the other hand, his attribute profile that we just had looked like for a 24-year-old he's decent. And we're not looking for top-notch right now. We're looking for decent for cheap money. One drawback at him is definitely the fact that he has balanced personality only. Not like we can do much about that though. But as long as it's only the odd player here and there, the majority of the squad will probably remain professional. Mr. Huda here can get a professional contract, by the way. He is in the under 18s right now. His development has been something. He tries killer balls often. I don't see that happen. So I will do the same as the last few times. Let's have a look at the passing traits here. Tries killer balls often, requires anticipation, decisions, flair. He has no anticipation whatsoever. Decision making is okay, flair is fine. Teamwork and vision. His teamwork is alright, his vision is absolutely inexistent. So that doesn't seem like a reasonable trait on him. Also, his passing ability is no good whatsoever. Well, the technique is alright, the passing isn't. So either we focus him absurdly hard on getting all of these attributes, or we focus on getting rid of that trait. Because it doesn't suit him. Well, we try to focus on the other stuff. He's been with the club for a little time, and doesn't look like he will all of a sudden be the killer ball playing playmaker-y type. So maybe get rid of this, let him get rid of the trade. And if the assistant manager doesn't agree, or whoever that is. It's a trait that suits athletic players like him. Well, no. It's rubbish. It doesn't make sense. Alright, so do I want to give him a professional contract? Most likely not. What's he good at, in fact? Well, as an inverted winger, there's obvious holes in the attribute profile. He is left-footed on the right wing, though. Inside forward, maybe? No balance. That doesn't look that impressive, does it? The best thing that I can think of right now is let him just train as an inverted winger. Let's see if he develops a little bit, and otherwise he goes out on loan. In fact, that's a good idea right now. Assuming we can get him out on loan, but transfer window is not open, so we will probably loan him out later on. Well, not today, but later throughout the season. Well, at the end of the season, in the transfer window. Abedin got injured. Let's have a look at him too. So, him being injured is no good, obviously. What did he have? A bruised ankle. Yeah, whatever. His medical report says this will probably happen from time to time. Looking at him, he's got good pace, good stamina, good work rate. So knocking the ball past the opponent, for example, is something that would probably work for him, with the exception of he has no mentals whatsoever. Is he an inverted winger on support or on attack duty? Well, on attack duty he would need a lot better mentals. On support duty he relies a little bit on his stamina and work rate. So I guess he's more of a player type like this. Which means we should focus on his weaknesses here. Because the physicals are more or less okay for first league. The work rate is more or less okay. Sure, he can use the odd point here and there, but he'll get those. Same with the balance. It will get up to 3 at some point, just by accident. Decision making and composure, yeah, that's really bad. The passing also isn't great either. I guess we can leave it like this. But he needs to develop to be a reasonable choice in the first league. And I will try to look at players from time to time from that perspective, see what they bring to the table, where their weaknesses are, and make decisions if I can, well, get rid of some of them, I guess. So they play a counter-attacking style, a fluid one, same as ours. That's it. I don't want to go into detail into these. And to be fair, I mean, it could matter at some point, but it's unlikely to matter. Matters to the fans, I guess. We also got to be cautious about putting the entire first team on the pitch this time out. Maybe we should keep him for the cup game, which is really important. On the other hand, if some of the players are on light match load, for example, we can probably let them play. There's a lot of young players here that would be available. That's all fine. Ongoing 90 minutes. Well, it's one day prior to the match, so I guess we need to pick the guys now. We'll determine that according to sharpness, I guess. Oh, some of them are match fit. For example, Hidayatullah. So say he's unavailable. What about the rest? Yeah. Okay. So for some of them, I'm not sure if we want to have them there. There's also players like Zico. Ari is not selected for the first team, that doesn't matter much. Those that are in need of match sharpness though, makes some sense there. Hi, welcome to the stream. Let's put these in here. So what brings you to the stream? Anything in particular? Or did you just pick the stream with the least amount of watchers? Well, it is a way to end up here, to be fair. Some of the others did, as far as I'm aware. Oh, alright. Imbiri, well, yeah. I'm impressed, as always. Well, the Indonesian league is really interesting. The attribute profile of most of the players is similar to this, I think. Not as good as this, but most of them have no jumping reach and strength whatsoever. Most of them are also really small, just like Imbiri. So to use a target man or tall center backs is very interesting. The target forward works really fine. Let me just show you. Let me see. This is Jorge Cesar. He's not that impressive, I'd argue. We pay him a lot of money, and he scores every 68 minutes on the pitch. So that makes it 34 goals this season in approximately the same amount of matches, more or less. A bit less. So yeah, target forward works quite nicely. The only problem is we do not have a reasonable supply for the target forward. Still works though. So it's different from other countries, I would argue. Also, schedule's a bit hectic, and we've got foreign player rules and stuff. And the club's in debt right now, 130k, and we still got a loan for 240k to pay off. We inherited that from the former manager, though. So we're trying to save money and at the same time remain in the first league. To be fair, we're doing fine there. Not so fine against in the semi-final of the cup. First leg we drew against the third league team. So yeah, that was shit. All right. Verdiancia is on the verge of a landmark assist-wise. And apparently Mr. Sayuri here, the former record holder. For whatever reason. 5 journalists, okay, let's go. Yes, they could. Well, he's always important. Do I have an opinion on Mr. Ramat's preference for a patient possession game? I think it's reasonable if you've got the player material for it. Get it forward and attack. Are we worried about the strength? Well, I always am. What are my feelings about whoever that is at Borneo? Apparently we're friends. What's with Borneo? Okay, Borneo is sitting in the 15th place. I don't know. And now the relationship has changed. I'm not gonna comment on that. Let them determine that one themselves. Also, by the way, in case you want to comment on it, I changed a bit at the audio setup. In fact, I reduced the gain of the microphone a little bit. So, yeah, it should be less noisy. It is a lot, well, it is somewhat noisy overall, though. I'm not very happy with it. The more I look into it, the more I see that there's some tweaking needed, maybe on the software side, but I reduced gain to minimum, so that should do. I also recorded new sound bites for following and subscribing and cheering and all of that stuff, and they are absurdly bad and also quite ridiculous, I feel. So obviously I put them in, and I got rid of the Streamlabs program, whatever it was called, for the alerts, given that I can use Twitch's alerts. It's not as pretty, but with some tweaking, I think I can make them work, and it's less software required, given that Twitch comes with them natively. So I'll use those in the future, at least for now. Yeah, so much about the soundbites. Didn't do new stickers yet, Joe, though. But, you gotta do something with your day. And in my case, it was 2 hours of recording weird stuff. We'll hear it soon enough. Okay. There's also a few players that are not very happy. We should probably find out who they are. I guess very happy means delighted. So Simon Owen is not delighted. Given that he's injured, I can see why. Yeah. He's not delighted for a good reason. But maybe we can praise his conduct and help a little bit with that. A little bit. Now he's very happy, alright. Malik is a low knee. He'll have a hard time keeping the good mood anyway. And then there's the youth players, I guess. Wahab is the only one that's left down here. Well, he was in the first team too. Yeah, and I think his mood is just fine. He's in superb morale. Let's praise his training. Perfect. And then in the other 18s, obviously, there might be some unhappy players. Let's have a look. That's not that many. Oh yeah, that's because half of the first team is in the under 18s. So that also allows us to look through the players, different ones. He has no traits whatsoever. We train him as an inside forward for some reason. Not sure why. Because inverted winger would do, wouldn't it? Does he have a stronger foot? He's left-footed, yes. So it even makes sense to train him on that wing. This is totally fine. I cannot see a specific reason why we wouldn't train him that way. Maybe on attack duty though. Well, his work rate isn't that great, so maybe this is why we went with inside forward. I guess that makes sense. His vision is bad though. So assume inside forward on attack duty. This is where he started, right? Okay. I mean, sure. If he's getting any better at this, why not? Corner taking, I don't think so. Sure, corner taking is always useful. In this case, I don't know why. Acceleration and pace need to improve a little bit. Stamina went up a little bit. The physicals are more or less fine for a 16-year-old. He is finishing long shots Same as the passing and the composure need some improvement. We could argue that decisions and composure here are a good idea. Or otherwise, maybe passing technique and vision. He might use the vision too. And passing as well as composure are the worst stats. So let's go with passing first. It might improve his vision alongside it. And then he has more flexibility. Being played as an inverted winger, for example, too. So it certainly doesn't hurt for him. Hasan Huda we had a look at already. No use looking at him again. But he trains well. This guy, I cannot remember. Who are you? He hugs line. Okay. Also, he's not a natural in any of the positions that we play him in. That said, as a wingback, he might do at some point. It's probably why he trains that way. Given our recent struggles, we rely probably on wingbacks on defend duty though. Doesn't matter much. Attribute profile for training is identical. He needs positioning and marking first and foremost. Decision making seems okay. But assuming he gets, well, the 6 points of tackling are not great for a defender. That said, he's a former winger, and his crossing is fine and so on. So, yeah, making him into a defender was not exactly the obvious choice. On the other hand, his best role is as a defensive winger, more or less. He's got enough pace though to do more with it. So I guess this is not that bad. Long throws, sure, why not? But we can also do defensive positioning for him. And he's unhappy with training now. What would he be happy with? Probably movement. So, okay. This is also his job as a wingback, so I guess movement is fine. His training hasn't been great so far. Barely any development. I don't want to criticize him too much though. Vichak Sono is a striker that places shots. So far so good. We tried to make a shadow striker out of him. That's not going great. So what's a reasonable approach for him? We don't use a poacher, and also his technique, heading, and anticipation are really bad, so I don't think that will happen. Pressing forward, with that strength and jumping reach, probably not. Target forward, definitely not. Advanced forward, not much better. DLF, nah. And this is all rubbish too. None of this works. So he's left-footed. He's somewhat pacey. He's got agility and balance. Can we have another inverted winger or something? Hell, even an inside forward would be fine. His long shots is 1. Same problem here is the technique. I don't even care about the mentals much. The off-the-ball movement is okay. And in this position, he would need to play as a shadow striker for us. Placing shots is not a bad idea, in his case. I'm okay with that. But, well, that means he needs a technical overhaul, basically, and more work rate. Also concentration 1. But I guess we'll go there and forget about his penalty taking for a while. He has penalty taking 8. Either he learns it in matches or he's no hope anyway. I guess we go with... I would go with passing. But dribbling needs improvement too. On the other hand, does ball control improve all 3 of those? Nah, doesn't. So we do the passing training. Because technique and passing are part of the attribute profile for Shadow Striker anyway, and 3 points of vision is no good. So that's fine. He can learn that. He's unhappy with the high amount of quickness training for some reason. And we train him in penalty taking too? Ahmad. Which doesn't make much sense. His off-the-ball movement and anticipation could do with some improvement. The physicals aren't great either. Problem is agility and balance are within one training regime, so I don't want to put that in. If I can avoid it at least. Work rate seems fine. Let's get rid of this for a second. What's the worst about this? I think first touch and dribbling, isn't it? I can live with him being a bad passer. I cannot live with him not being able to run with the ball if it's the core part of his role. To be fair, his passing needs improvement too. He will probably not make it. How old is he? 17. So we might loan him out at the end of the season. Saputra. Muhammad Saputra tries to train as a ball-winning midfielder. Well, he has some attributes that are interesting. 9 points of long shots. Good first touch, free kick taking, corner taking. He could be a reasonable set piece taker at some point. As a playmaker, he doesn't work well. Because, well, no balance. And no technique. No passing. Off the ball movement's shit. So, what kind of player material is this? To be fair, these are all 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds, so don't be too hard on them. Well, none of this works. Is there a role in midfield that is somewhat technical and doesn't rely on passing? I know that doesn't make much sense. What am I doing? I know that there isn't. So his tackling is reasonable. I guess that's why we try to make him into a ball-winning midfielder. He has no strength whatsoever and is lightweight though. That's not useful. We could go with an advanced playmaker here. To rely on the agility. That includes dribbling though. He is not a good dribbler. At all. Also, his off-the-ball movement is absurdly bad. He's an ambitious too. Why did I sign this guy? Well, so what do we do with him? I guess teamwork and work rate and the positioning. Also the bravery. That's alright. For ball-winning midfielder maybe. So, we'll keep it like this. Hopefully this goes up by itself a little bit. Because we cannot leave that marking on. And he doesn't need jumping reach. Doesn't hurt, but I'll do defensive positioning instead. Segundo Volante. Yeah, but a Segundo Volante runs with the ball. It doesn't show here. But a Segundo Volante has a hidden instruction to run with the ball as far as I'm aware. You know what? We'll do it anyway. So, seen from that perspective, that would use his long shots at least. So, you make sense there. I agree with this. And now we can... whatever. We'll just go with additional free kick taking. He would obviously be the one to take the set pieces anyway. His technique is rubbish. Free kick taking 9 and long shots 9 says I have some potential in me, and that's about it. That was him. No, that was not him. It was him. There's still Ahmad, which we dealt with, and Wayudin? Wayudin seems to be a playmaker-y type. He's got balance, he has some mentals, borderline capable. Overall, this seems reasonable. That's okay. Also, the focus on the attacking movement, that seems reasonable too. And he's unhappy with the high amount of extra training, so let's put that off. Okay. So, I don't know if you've been around Mangle Cabbage, but I put Utama back on defend duty and also the others, and reduced the load on the duties up front here too. In particular, Ari is no good at attack duty, even if it looks that way here due to the flare. I think the work rate and the stamina are more reliable on him. And with that anticipation, I don't know. I'd rather have him sit a little bit deeper, defend a little bit better, create a little less chances. Because overall we can live with 1.5 or to 2 expected goals per game. We cannot live with conceding. So as long as he works out and is available as a passing station, I think that's better. I'm more confident that that has a positive impact on the match. So in general, I actually went a bit backwards, back more defensive. Might not help much in that match though, because we gotta play the youth. Or maybe some of them, I don't know. Water. Always drink. Okay, there's a few results, and apparently Samantri has been injured, which we will treat with the physio. Samardi's injured too. Sure, who cares? And we got 1k from the transfer of Rinaldi because he played his 20th game. Still think it was a good idea to sell him. At least for now. So, Malik, for example, would be able to play in both matches. In Jorge Cesar's case as well as in some of the others, in particular Isha's. That's not a good idea. Ramadan is under very heavy match load. And I have bad news about the left defender too. It's either one of the youngsters that is exhausted right now because they played in the under 18s, so that's my fault. But I think I decided previously that Utama will make another game. I just don't see the youngsters being any better right now. So let him have that one. Hell, maybe he can make it to acceleration at pace 5, despite his age. Don't think so, but he might. I've seen weird things with older players. Sometimes they recover a little bit prior to the next decline, I guess. So this match will be hard, and this match will be even harder. This match will be the most important of the three. That's a weird spot to be in. I'm also interested in that trial here. Hopefully he's better than Ari. Hopefully he's on a similar level. Or, well, I don't know what I'm talking. So hopefully he's better than Ari. Hopefully he would be a bit cheaper. I'm not sure about it yet. Apparently Isha showed remarkable process. What? Over the last few months? Where? I do not agree. I mean, I'm happy to have him, but Okay. The coach is impressed, I am not. His biggest weakness right now, though, seems to dribbling. Also, long shots went down alongside the finishing. I don't like that at all. This is just an attribute redistribution. He cannot lose his finish. If anyone scores in this squad, then it's probably Isha and Roger Caesar. So don't let him lose his finishing. Okay. Try to go into the tactical meeting. So Utama can play. There's the slight problem that within the next match, we need one of the youth players to play in the cup game. If we play Utama now. Oh no, Arianto's available. Never mind. I thought he was injured. Well, apparently I thought wrong. In that case, we can play Arianto, who didn't do well recently. Still think we can. And Utama, we'll take him off the playmaker training. He won't make it as to playmaker role anyway. Within this season at least. And afterwards he'll be retired. So let's put him on quickness training here. Hope that slows the decline a little bit, but it's too late already. Right. Arianto is on light match load too, so this is fine. Does he train? He trains on support duty, so we'll put him on defend duty too. So he can get used to the role. Did I do that to Otama? Yes, I did. How about Malik? Not yet. Just about tactical familiarity at this point. Infantry needs a fitness test, it says. Halim needs better performances and a fitness test, apparently. No fitness test required. But we can go with Arianto instead of infantry. He's on a medium load too. Don't think that's that... I think I went on a rant about this and that. Also, snacks are always good. I got chocolate, so yes. Always chocolate and nuts for me. Let's start with chocolate and do the nuts later. At least it's not potato chips or stuff. So what I needed you for, I guess, is I reduced the gain of the microphone to the minimum. So in case you cannot hear me correctly, that's due to the lower gain. But I realized that the Blue Yeti has a lot of gain for some reason. And it doesn't feel like I need it at all. I made a few recordings and I can understand myself just right in these recordings, with minimum gain that is. I might need to tweak it software side. Yeah, feel free to share. I can always ignore it, but there's this time and that time there's a very valid input in there, just like with every person, I guess. So I would be very interested in hearing your input, feedback. That's what you're here for, right? So, for the next match, I would not want to rely on Isha, given that he just came from heavy load, down from heavy load. Zico just made a match, so he will get off the bench, I think. Ramadan, same. Utama might be an alternative, but well, more a bench player in this situation. Infantry, no problem here. Somewhat short of full fitness. And I have no problem with Abdullah being on the bench. That's fine. So we got 2 defensive midfielders in a way. You want to see it that way. There's also this intuition that Abdullah must be really weak. But he's 1m66 and has strength 6. A lightweight. Definitely. Utama is 1m71. And he has strength 3. That's not the one I was looking for though. I was looking for infantry. Infantry is 1m75. He's the same weight, he has strength 6 too. So infantry as well as Abdullah are lightweight players for ball-winning midfielders. Alright, let's have a look at what you wrote. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And so either I pushed the defensive line back up. It was in the middle, and with the mid press that worked reasonably well. That or we do reduce the pressing a little bit. So the approach might be that out of possession we press less, but I'm not a big fan of pressing less. Pressing is the way we gain the ball. I like this overall. We could also get rid of the mid block. So for now, that's a horrible idea for the next match, because, you know, if we go for a low block all of a sudden, triggering the press is awkward to them. It might be an idea overall though. Yeah, that might be an idea too, but I will probably not change the tactics. Not the... Is it tactics? Well, I will change the tactics. Incrementally, as always. The formation. I do not want to change the formation for now. First of all, we don't have a halfback in our squad. Sure, one of those could probably somewhere... Not really. So I would need to find a halfback first. Sure, we can buy one. But given that we have a captain and a vice captain that are capable of playing in defensive midfield, their respective roles, and given that I'm somewhat happy with both of them, with the exception of Sukipto's teamwork, obviously, but otherwise he's a good ball-winning midfielder. As you put it, wrecking ball, very single-minded about it. Well, also a bit selfish. But I don't care much. As long as he fulfills this role, I'm okay with him. So I guess the question is, do I want to disrupt this? And maybe it's better if I need to find other player material anyway. Maybe it's better to look for what we need and just to make this as perfect as possible. Within reason, obviously. So I think I'm gonna stick with this. I also like a 4-2-3-1, by the way. Might be weird, but well, given that I mostly play 4-3-3, I prefer this formation, so it borderline works today, so yeah. Yeah. Only play the ball way forward with risk and goalkeeper hoofing the ball forward directly. Yeah, the thing with hoofing the ball forward directly is, I went on a rant about this too, this stream actually. I do not necessarily disagree that this is a good idea in general. The problem is, for hoofing the ball forward, I do not only want pace, I want off-the-ball movement and anticipation. It is less reliant on dribbling, I think, because they do not run with the ball that much. The ball gets played through the defenders and they run into space, preferably, right? So, but that means the mentals need to be up there. And Moody's aren't, Imbiris are. That's not a problem. But Imbiri is basically capable of doing all of this. So, yeah. One player on his own, though, will not change the game. Borja Cesar is okay-ish, but given that he plays the static target man, we will probably not have him run into space anytime soon. He's also not that fast. He's... I would argue, given his 30-something goals this season, it's probably okay the way we use him. But let's not fix what's not broken. For Yancia's case, though, off-the-ball movement is okay, anticipation is 3 points more, and I would argue, okay, maybe we can try this. But that's also related to what we saw earlier, for example, in Ari's case. Okay, sure. In the last 4 days, he improved his anticipation to 7. And he improved a little bit. So I'm happy about this. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not so sure if he's a good winger on attack duty. Last time out it was a 4-3-3, I think. That was my kryptonite. But, yeah. I think I get the chest. In this case here, he has very good flair, but his crossing is so absurdly bad that I don't feel like he will ever be a decent winger. In fact, he has a better chance to be a decent shadow striker, from my perspective. Because at least he's got most of the physicals for it. Being in the penalty area is not a bad idea with his jumping reach. His passing is bad, his finishing is bad, but on the other hand, at least he's got the rest of the attributes for it somewhat. So I'm seriously considering, well, just like the possibilities to use Ari, actually. I don't know what you've got going with your IQ, man. Well, I don't know what to do with Ari, to be honest. I see. Well, I've got a few friends that are just trolling, and let's just say it gets tiresome at some point. It's fine as long as we all have fun, but you'll get that soon enough. Once I've had enough of it. To be fair, maybe it's a good idea that I get some resistance to trolling. I have thin skin with some of that. So, yeah, I'm actually thinking on support duty he would be fine too. That would drop him a little bit back. And it would train some of what's needed for his traits. In particular, knocks ball past the opponent needs work rate. As far as I'm aware, at least that's what Guide to FM says. I don't know. There's different degrees to annoying and trolling and all of that. I don't want to make this into some sort of controversial debate about trolling and what's trolling and not. In my experience, subjectively, most trolling can be reduced to a degree that it's fun. And I'm kinda to blame myself there. I tend to troll from time to time too, just for fun. Also in regular social life, you know, being a bit pointed with some things that are said, and people don't like that. In general, and there's people that are way more thin-skinned than I am about this. Yeah, it's also a way to make yourself really, really obsolete in a company context, for example. Because if you are faced with one person that decides about your fate, that doesn't like your trolling, you're basically done. So I think there's something to be learned there, somewhere. And I'd rather learn it on stream than on the job, I guess. If that makes sense. Thank you very much, dear stream sticker spot. He's still around. That's something that didn't change. So we need a playmaker retype. Ramadan's not available. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. In some people are just not very receptive to making fun about themselves, or to see themselves in some sort of silly manner. Some people are very, how do I put this? Well, just serious, right? So you can always argue, I do not want to have to deal with these people, but that will not help much. Sometimes you have to deal with these people. And the older I grow, the more serious I get. So, yeah. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know. I can certainly see their perspective a little bit more than, say, 10 years ago. I think we'll take him along. He offers some flexibility. I made fun of... Okay. I just don't give much thought to IQs, to be fair. In my personal subjective experience, an IQ means not that much, given that you need to put in a lot of work anyway. So, sure, a high IQ, however you define that, is useful, but on the other hand, it's not a guarantee for anything. Isha's right-footed, Hidayatullah's right-footed. Who's left-footed? Zico. Moody, so I guess Ari will make an appearance after all, maybe. I don't want to bring along Abidin. All of this is more or less okay. If we can rotate a little bit and preferably take the pace out of the game. So we'll keep the mid block here. That, or we will do the low block here, which they are absolutely bad at. Shall we try a low block? Try to learn it in this match? It's just a league match, it doesn't matter much. What's your position? He's a horrible jumper, so that's definitely a case that might be a good idea for a low block. He's small and a horrible jumper. His jumping is okay. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But is that a bad thing? So that means even further away, maybe. I don't know if I want to change the attacking width. I think I'll leave it as it is. But we will definitely do the low block. And we will go with distribution towards target man again, I think. Depends a little bit on their central defenders. He's not as good as... no. Both of these central defenders are... They will have a hard time with Jorge Cesar and his jumping. So I don't think we need to go through the playmaker or something. To be fair, his kicking is 8, so not that impressive. Let's do this. Alright, next match only. Let's have a look at your position. So we already realized that his jumping reach is really bad. The off-the-ball movement isn't great either. Given that we play with a low block, he will hopefully have a hard time finding space. He has some time on the ball though. Well, him probably not. These two will have time on the ball. So these are the most important ones. He's left-footed, playing on the left wing. Has the most assists apparently. Showing him to the inside, where there's a lot of OR players, is probably a good idea. In general, if this is a right-footed player that has decent crossing and no good passing, which it is, we should probably try to funnel them to the inside in all cases. Like this. And win the ball over there. Or do we trap him? No. We trap him to the inside. Let's have a look at that again. Where are you talking about? I like Dadi. Who the hell is Dadi? Oh, Dadi Muslim. Sure. Yeah. It's not that bad. Technically, he's also not bad. This might be a deep lying forward, the way he plays. Because he's got strength, balance, no jumping reach, but technically he's fine. I would actually be able to play with this guy as a striker. His dribbling and bravery are too good for my taste, I think, to tackle him hard. I don't think I want to do that. That gives away the odd foul, and I don't want to risk that. He's also a reasonable free kick taker. So, yeah. Not agreeing on that, sorry man. Okay, we just realized we show those to the inside. So Kitty will probably be busy with Fozzie or one of these two. I don't want to overdo it with the instructions either. I do that a lot. And I think some stuff needs to be determined by the players themselves. This guy is dangerous. Really good vision, really good off-the-ball movement, passing, and so on and so forth. I think pressing him is the best we can do here. Because we will not mark him tightly. Given the attributes, that will not happen. Tackling him hard probably won't happen either. Because, well, 7 points of dribbling is not that bad. If it were any worse, I would probably consider it. In his case, closing down, showing to the inside, and that's about it. Pressing him might force turnovers. Also, we definitely need to press these to shut down supply for Muslim. And then there's Vibovo. Vibovo has no off-the-ball movement whatsoever, but decent passing. He is somewhat strong, so that's a case of a tight mark from me. His dribbling is bad, his bravery isn't good. Tight marking and also tackling him hard, maybe? That's Sukipto's side anyway, so this sounds reasonable. Might be a job for the striker though, the way we press now. And this might not go well anyway, because they are not used to a low block. And this guy has similar passing and vision. Similarly bad dribbling, bravery, and the strength is not that good. So I'd argue also a tight mark and tackle him hard. What's with these? This, more or less, is a central defender. Well, not really. He's a small central defender. His heading is decent, but that's about it. Can we force turnovers with this guy? Maybe. But chances are we let him play the ball and shut down our side of the pitch. Same here. The 8 points of passing are concerning. How's the other one? Same. Also 8 points of passing, so not sure which one we should focus on. None of these is a central defender. Who was that? This one marks tightly. Yeah, true. So... But chances are... Well, okay. So, who's responsible for that? It's either Mbiri or Jorge Cesar in this situation. How do I exploit that, though? We have a static target man up front that will drop deep anyway. So if he marks tightly, good luck with that. That's basically not doing anything, because if he marks tightly, either he's forced to mark Jorge Cesar tightly. Okay, I can live with that, or with any other combination, really. But say he marks Jorge Cesar tightly. That implies he needs his good marking is okay, but Jorge Cesar will not give a fuck, because his jumping reach is 8, his strength is 8, and Jorge Cesar is just better in both of these. So even tight marked, Irianto will probably be taken out of the game by Jorge Cesar, at least from time to time, and, well, that's just the job of a target forward, to take players like these out of the game that way. So I actually relish the thought that he might try to mark Jorge Cesar tightly. Also, his movement is worse than Jorge Cesar's. Positioning and marking are fine, but the physicals don't give it credit. It might not work. Not against our striker. And the alternative, obviously, is Mbiri. If he marks Mbiri tightly, good luck with that. Because Mbiri is friggin' fast. And he might anticipate just fine, but Mbiri might just run away from him. He has pace 6. Yeah, but I will not change rules all the time. So, with our left winger, that's Ferdiancia. If he tries to mark Ferdiancia tightly, he will be drawn out of position. Because Ferdiancia will just run away from him. He's got twice the pace of this guy. Yeah, I see where you're going. So, assuming he's drawn out of position, somebody here can drive into that space. But we've got somebody up front here that drives into that space anyway. Dives into goes into that space, whatever. So I'm not sure if we gotta shake it up that much. That means Tabuni will have some space for a killer ball, which he's good at. But is that a bad thing? Jorge Cesar is on the defensive line too. So, well, either he drops deep, then there's a gap in the defensive line too, and the Shadow Striker will run there, and Tabuni can play a killer ball through there. That, or he doesn't follow. So, assuming the defensive midfielder, the guy, whatever his name was, well, we drop deep, so they need to push up anyway, if they want to accomplish anything. Hopefully that works for us. But if Irianto... So what's the case? Irianto follows the striker. That will probably not happen. Also, the striker might outmuscle him, or just jump higher, play a flick on, and then shit's on fire. So, win for us, in aggregate, I think. If he marks him zonally, okay, that might be a thing. On the other hand, that will be hard to do for the entire match. Then he might try to mark Mbiri. Marking Mbiri he's just too fast. Okay, but in Mbiri's case, I don't think that's much of a problem. Mbiri is just too fast for him. He might shut down Mbiri, but on the other hand, if that means that everybody else can play what they however they want, I'm okay with it. Most likely, though, Mbiri will still make an appearance. Because, well, it's Mbiri. To be fair, he's not a consistent performer, so he might shut him down. But pace 6 versus pace 14 seems like a mismatch. With the winner on our side. And if he follows Ferdiancia around, well, similar argument. Ferdiancia is damn fast in comparison. So we'll let him follow Ferdiancia. That means that there's space in midfield for Mbiri. In attacking midfield. Or in striker position. Which means there's a killer ball for Tabuni that might be picked up by Mbiri or even by Orja Cesar himself. Let's have a look at the other side too for a second. This guy's a reasonable marker, but his positioning is not that great. So going for his space is Mbiri as well as Moody. Moody's not that fantastic. On the other hand, overloading that area with these two players might make him uncomfortable. And he looks for a pass rather than attempting to score. But we try to mark him tightly, so hopefully he cannot pass that much. What's with this guy? He pushes forward a lot, as it seems. There might be a guy on attack duty, actually. But his crossing is not that impressive, neither is his dribbling. He knocks the ball past the opponent too. And, well, he's got pace. But that's it. Considering the AML will be attacking the wing, and the shadow striker makes forward runs, the offensive midfield might lack someone to be there for us. Yeah, I see. So your argument basically is, well, there's nobody that goes into this gap. That's the argument. With the off-the-ball movement of 9, yeah, maybe. So what would we do? We would put him on Segundo Volante duty, so he goes forward a little bit more. It's not exactly to his strengths, is it? Wrong position. As a Segundo Volante, he would get further forward, but I mean, that could come at the detriment of the defending, so I'd rather have him play balls into this area. It would be really fun if we score like 3 goals straight down that road, but I don't know. We'll see. You're thinking the shadow striker will get forward too much. That's basically the argument. The argument, if I understand correctly, right? The argument is the shadow striker will try to overload the central defenders, and there will be nobody in attacking midfield that picks up the ball. Well, that's not entirely true. There's Jorge Cesar in their defensive midfield and our attacking midfield that picks up the ball. He's not a striker to stay there. It is. It's also Sunday over here, and welcome back, Sharon Nollet. Mangled Cabbage gave you a job. You need to do assistance coaching for me now, apparently. I forgot, one of you the attacking side, one of you the defensive side. You can interchange that at will, though. But that's what Mangled Cabbage decided. Also, there's new sounds, not for the stickers, but for, the follow and the stuff. I will cringe once I hear myself. Maybe. Yeah, true. He gave a lot of good advice with that. That's true. Nice observation. I thought that to myself recently. So, yeah. Alright, so, to bring you up to scratch, Nallet, this is still the league game. We were talking about Rahmat Irianto, who's a good marker and has good positioning, and overall seems like a reasonable defensive midfielder. He marks opponents tightly, which Mangled Cabbage argues might be a problem or an opportunity. Given his pace of 6, my argument is he will probably have a hard time to follow the pacey players around, marking them tightly. So that would be either Imbiri or the winger. And given his physicals, if he follows around a striker... Hi, welcome back to the stream. If he follows the striker around, we might have a problem with... No, we might not have a problem. They might have a problem with the physicality of Jorge Cesar. But, yeah. The argument goes basically, Tabuni might not be good enough to go into these spaces. So, I guess rest. It's a weekend after all, at least for us. You are very welcome to chill around here and talk with all of us. Grab a cold drink. Enjoy life. Cold drink. It's not that cold anymore, though. Alright. Apparently we are the underdogs. This is an away game, so... that... isn't good. But you would not be the first student. You wouldn't be the first student to start studying without an apartment, so don't worry, you'll find something. You're very welcome to look at that, Mr. Cabbage Man. In fact, I'm quite thankful for... That's true, yes. But student council is probably not the right... yes, always. Imbiri will always dribble more often because he's a shadow striker. I will allow this. I think stupid German word in this case is probably alright to say. Well, Fachschaft is Fachschaft. Don't confuse it with anyone official in the university though, right? If you need a place to stay, the Fachschaft might be an idea, but the better idea is to write some of the, well, in German it's Wohnheim, whatever that's called in English. Those that give habit, well, a place to stay to students exclusively. Well, it depends. Yeah, well, in that case, if there's not much you can do, then you are... months is not that much, actually. Then you will probably need to find some sort of camper or something and just live half a year out of a camper. I know it's not very appealing, but that happens. Okay, let's go to the match. Or, I don't know, take a shitty room in some sort of mixed apartment in a shared living space. How's it called? WG in German. That's just the way things usually work. Hopefully you're not looking in Munich, otherwise... well, good luck with that. Alright, so... I'll be cautious, encourage them a little bit. This is the first time in the entire season that we play with a low block and we had no idea that we would want to train for it. Can I tell you about this? Just thinking, it's job related. Yeah, let me just say, I know people that were looking for an apartment in Munich recently. And I also have the odd friend. I know, shocking. The computer scientist has friends. But I also have the odd friend that lives within or around Munich, so I'm aware. Well, I won't find you an apartment, that's for sure. So, you're welcome to share your thoughts and emotions here, but, you know, it's not like we can change it. And the last apartment that I saw that was rented in Munich looked like a prison cell, basically, more or less. Like, that 30 square meters or something, the entire apartment. And not a modern one. And it was for 900 euros, I think, per month. So, yeah. Hopefully prices will come down at some point. Okay, how do I approach a match against a team that values possession as much as we do? Only 1,400 words. They will look at it and throw it out just for a wall of text. Oh man. That's one of the skills that I'm trying to hone and I'm really bad at. I write walls of text all the time, and then I delete half of it afterwards. And to be fair, in most situations I could delete 2/3. I'm really bad at this. I'm trying to get better though. Alright, possession here, possession there, possession everywhere, and I don't care. So... we're third in the league in the form table. That just means the rest isn't good. Momentum is a thing in stocks, not in football. This doesn't exist. There is no momentum in football. How do I think he's been faring? He hasn't been good enough. Well, but that's also not bad, to be fair. Well, now we have somebody with a great IQ and somebody with a writer's brain. Gerald, you wanna add to the brain challenge here? I'd rather not, given that this all is, you know, published on YouTube. Well, momentum is confidence in action. A man of his art. I guess you can argue that like that. The thing is, as far as I'm aware, and that's data that is 20 years old, there is no momentum in football. At least that's what Socceronomics taught me. So I guess if you have quantitative proof, feel free to provide it. I will happily read it. In particular, I know my IQ and it doesn't matter. That's what I learned from having my IQ tested from time to time. That's not bad. It's not good though. Why is Ferdiancia up there? So far the low block worked. Don't be confused, the blue ones is not us. That was an offside situation. Let me have a look at the corner setup for a second. Maybe I misinterpreted something, but... no, it's Mbiri up front. That makes more sense, yes. So, we can keep it like this. I thought maybe Ferdiancia was the one up front, but it is Mbiri. Obviously not one for long balls. This is quite confusing. We are in the black kits. Okay. Saputra funneled to the inside as instructed, and that hits the post. I think showing them to the inside is not a good idea. Looking at this chance. So maybe do not trap him inside. Or at all. Wow. Well, we can consider ourselves lucky not to be behind yet. That's a good header. Doesn't hit the target though. Wahab will take another long kick. They push up really high for a low block and lower defensive line. Borja says I wins the header, but there's nobody there. Well, okay. Pratama's passing. This is not a low block, is it? What the fuck are they doing? Well, momentum implies that due to the fact that a team won the last matches, it will win going forward. So, for example, if it won the last 5 matches, it will win the next match, or there is an increased likelihood that it will win the next match. But if you control for the ability of the players, apparently there is none of that. That said, they score. And I think the low block doesn't work. Let's have a look at that again. So how did it happen? Yeah, but how? This is a cross. Alright. We don't defend this, hits the post. Malik should be there to intercept that. He doesn't. Sorry, that's parried too, and then Vibo taps it in. Did we not close down enough? What happened? This is Vibo, this is their striker. What's more concerning to me is that most of the time our defensive line seems to push up really high, and I don't know why. It's quite the opposite to what's been instructed. Look at that. So here's the gap that we were talking about. Well, Iranto's probably the one to mark Mbiri. I'm deriving my knowledge from momentum, not only from stock aeronomics, but also from the way it is defined, for example, in stock returns. So, if you control for for other factors of influence, momentum should still persist, implying some added benefit from recent wins. In stock returns, for example, if a price has gone up recently like within the last 6 months, I think. 6 minus 1 momentum would be. So the price of the stock right now, no, the price of the stock 1 month earlier subtracted from the price 6 months earlier. So that difference would imply would be the momentum, and then sort it all and basically buy whatever stock has momentum right now. So that's the momentum factor, but it exists in some time periods, so not always, and it exists after it has been controlled for the market factor. Yeah, momentum can be positive and negative, true. But so I'm still talking about stock returns here. In football, as far as I'm aware, there is no momentum. Form is a concept that is a heuristic, but does not imply anything for the future. By the way, this pass was nice. If you've seen it, it was intercepted by Fikri. But generally speaking, the way Tabuni played that pass towards Ferdiancia is fine. That's okay. So Kipto for Moody. But you need to look up Sokironomics in that case. I don't have the data in my hands right now. Imbiri's cross, Jorge Cesar, Ferdiancia, Tabuni again. Nice pass. Okay, it's a chance. And we need to encourage these, I guess. Arianto will take the corner. Will he find the head of Jorge Cesar? Apparently not. It's intercepted though. So there goes the encouragement. Everybody loves it for some reason. That's not good. Imbiri. And that's a foul. A little too forceful. Well, okay. Nothing came of it, apparently. The idea is that the slider is inverted. Or is it something else? Because I thought that to myself like 10 million times. Or it has to do with the pressing, maybe. Look at that. Nobody there. Well, now Arianto shows up. Stadium lights were put out again. This is very realistic. Indonesia loses electricity half of the time. Might be. Might be. Fawzi, no offside apparently. And Harianto goes for the corner. He's anxious now. Jorge Cesar is frustrated. Muslim's corner, Harianto's header. That's an offside this time. They did have a lot of chances and we barely had any. So maybe the space is also too congested, in which we try to press. Maybe either we should drop back even deeper to have some space for the press. But most likely, with this formation, the defensive midfielders are too close to the defensive line. So, in order to use that pressing, we just need a mid block. So I guess we go with a mid block, given that they are used to it anyway. Maybe that works better. Ferdiancia for Halim. It's a header of a goal. Not great. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I changed something. Wahab apparently is on a 7.0 rating now. That's decent defensive passing. Tabuni, Imbiri. Nice pass for Jorge Cesar. Nice pass. That's not a pass, it's a shot. And that's a foul. Is there anyone on this pitch that can take a free kick? Who are you? Ferdiancia, okay. Well, go for it. It's a corner. As far as I'm aware, we don't have anyone that can take good free kicks. That's an improvement for the future too. Maybe teach him Biri or something. Arianto will take another corner. He's no good at those. Jorge Cesar, though, is good at headers. Hits the crossbar. Well, good, but not good enough. Tabuni, Haryanto, decent pass, Arianto, Halim, well, that's not a creative part of the squad. Malik's long ball, that's one for Imbiri, but he doesn't run for it. And Halim is on a yellow card now for some reason. Didn't see the foul. Can't have been that bad, can it? Given that he's our best central defender, let's keep him on the pitch. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's intercepted by Ferdiancia this time. So, where is their... Iranto's on the left side. So the entire debate that we had previously doesn't matter much. But it seems like he marks Jorge Cesar tightly. Imbiri's actually on the shoulder of the last defender. So that's true. Arianto pushes forward for some reason. He's specifically instructed to hold position as a wingback on defend duty. Tabuni with a long ball towards Moody. Not bad. So let's have a look at this setup again. Imbiri as well as Jorge Cesar are within the penalty area. That's not bad. So there's... If he puts it past the defender, in this area as well as somewhere here, there should be somebody to pick it up. Jorge Cesar usually stays back, and Imbiri would usually drive forward. In particular, if he crosses, Jorge Cesar stands a chance. If he plays a quick, pacey ball, Imbiri stands a chance. Also, there's Ferdiancia back here, and you are somewhat right, nobody dives into that area here. On the other hand, they cover defensively. So I guess there's some sense to that. That's Jorge Cesar style. And another one for the crossbar. That's twice now. So no complaints about the cross. Jorge Cesar's heading just needs improvement, apparently. Could have scored another 5 this season if he had another point in heading. Hasn't been good enough. And I think we will go to everyone that doesn't have a green rating and tell them that they've not been good enough. In particular Sukipto and Arianto. But also most of the other ones actually. Let's be a bit straight with them. In his case, let's encourage him a little bit. Now he seems happy. For some weird reason, Haryanto was the one that was nervous, and he's the one with the best performance in the end. After one half, anyway. Everybody seems very motivated. Hope that helps. Sukipto picks up the ball. Moody. Moody cuts inside a little bit. There's the long ball for Ferdiancia. Intercepted. Oh, interesting passing. Riandi, Iranto. Can we win the ball back? Apparently not. Ballsy, not offside. And that's intercepted by Jorge Cesar, actually. That shot got blocked. Now we face a corner. Well, Muslim takes the corner, outswinging, long post. No problem. There's a one-on-one actually here. In case a long ball appears. Which would be Pratama versus Imbiri. Is this something we're comfortable with? Pratama is a slow central defender, yes, so yes, I'm very comfortable with that. And that's another one for Wahab. True, thank you very much. Have a look. So, keep playing forward, as assumed. Wingers, as assumed. Fawzi as an advanced playmaker, as assumed. 2 defensive midfielders, 1 wingback, 1 fullback. So what would you do about it? This Vibo guy, we tried to mark him tightly already. And it feels like in the second half, they had 5 shots in the first half, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6. So within the second half so far, they barely got a shot off. On the other hand, we did change our fortunes a little bit. The quality of chances wasn't great, but it seems like we shut them down most of the time. For now. So maybe the change had an effect. But we don't know how to play long balls. Yeah. I have an idea though. In that situation, right there, the 2 central defenders were patiently passing the ball around. And their passing is good enough not to let them pass the ball. So we'll go with triggering the press and with tackling them hard. I want to see if we can win the ball from them. It's not like it did us much harm that we did not... no. It's not like it helped us much that we did not trigger the press there. So we might as well trigger the press on them in these situations. Maybe that helps a little bit. Because they push up really high. So keep those long ball for Mbiri. Oh. Oh. Yes. Basically, yes. And given these chances, we hit the crossbar twice. Mbiri's fine with the ball, it seems. Moody. Sukipto. Well, he's not the one to play the killer ball. Tabuni, though, is the one to find Moody out on the wing. Moody, as usual, he cuts back inside. There's another cross. That's gotten away by the keeper, and Ferdiancia roofs it. But yet another chance. Expected goals don't exactly say we deserve to win this, but, well, it's way better than what we faced, or what we did in the first half. Jorge Cesar seems tired. Also very motivated, and he will come off. We need him for the next match, preferably. So, who else should play? I want to win this, but on the other hand, I also realize that it's probably not that important. We can lose this match, we cannot lose the next one. So who needs time on the pitch? Abdullah, apparently. Yeah, but do you really want me to watch the 90 minutes? I mean, back when I played by myself, I did that from time to time, and sometimes I did that throughout an entire season, and it worked. It helped me very much to determine that stuff. The problem is, if I do that on stream, we will sit here and watch a football match for 80 minutes. It skips some parts. Yeah. See, Jaron Nullet probably already, he's asleep now, given that debate. And I think most streamers play on not even on extended highlights like I do. Most streamers play on some comprehensive mode. Yeah, that would be an idea. To be fair, if I am destined to get relegated or something, sometimes I do that. And I'm pausing a lot. Like, at least I feel I do. In particular now. So, who do I think will change the fortunes of this match? These here, they push up really high. Moody didn't do much to them. He cuts inside. I think this is a case of Ari, actually. Yeah. I'll leave him on support duty, because I want him to track back a little bit. But on the other hand, he's got the pace to run past his man. So that would be Latif. Latif is somewhat pacey, but not a great defender. So going down that wing might be an idea. Not focusing on it specifically though, because apparently it worked by itself so far. I don't want to give too many specific instructions. That's something that I learned in Football Manager throughout the years. If you put all of the instructions in there, there's no creativity left in the squad. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Let's have a look if he makes an appearance at some point. In fact, let's go with the suggestion for the full match. I want to see what's going on for a while. So, there's the substitutes. Let's encourage the team. Arianto finds Feriancia. Arianto again. Taking the moment apparently. Tabuni. That's a short passing, yeah. Tabuni not finding his man with a pass. That's something that I should be concerned with. And this defensive line, I do not understand. Well, now I understand. Arianto made it back. They play a very wide setup. They play a very wide setup and it looks like, well, if this is a fullback, he pushes forward a lot. So, despite us not being any good at it, let's pass into space. Because there's a lot of space here. Ari loses the ball. Yeah, confirm changes, please. Sukipto. Halim with a long ball. It's also really bad defensive heading in this case. Here is, let's have a look at that again. So, Imbrius with Wibo. Where's Jorge Cesar? Oh, no, he's off the pitch. Isha's back here. That's a long ball. Yeah, maybe. But the thing that I notice here is there's a lot of space. They push up. And there's space behind the line, but also out on the wings. Also, as long as Isha wins these headers, like this, we cannot be too concerned with the build-up. That stuff, though, being intercepted all the time, I don't like that at all. And the central defenders don't push up too much. Don't get pressed back there. So if we tell him to mark his man, and if we tell him to mark his man specifically, they will track back. But also they might intercept it high up on the pitch. Given, well, they need to go through something here. In this case, they went with a long ball. Isha, Ari. And now, looking at these, at least Sayuri tracks back. Saputra's on a yellow. Doesn't track back that much. Ari finds Ferdiancia on the other wing. And he goes back to Ari, and there's a header towards goal. Yeah, at least now. So maybe you saw it earlier and I'm just blind. That's always a possibility. Also, this is a possibility to score. Oh no, Isha. What passing. Harianto's passing is even worse. So that's something that I noticed immediately here. We try to play out of defense with them. If this is something that doesn't work most of the time anyway, let's take that off. It didn't show in the highlights so far, but maybe going with the long balls is a better idea here. The attacking midfield on the left doesn't attack the massive space between the fullback and the center back. This space. The half spaces. Yes, he runs wide. Well, I do not agree with the long balls because our players are shitty at playing long balls. I want them to play short passes so that this particular player can play the long balls as he is instructed to. I think that's more likely to succeed. So it's a more structured approach if we want to put it that way. Less creativity with the individual, more creativity with Tabuni. But it gets amplified, the problems get amplified by the fact that they play out of defense. So they try to find a short pass towards Tabuni, which retains possession, and that's fine. But it also it limits penetration and a faster transition. That's not bad. Not good either though. On the other hand, that's easy to defend. Arianto's long ball would have been befitting for Ferdiancia. Arianto is one yellow card away from a suspension. Do we want to bring Utama onto the pitch? Nah, I'd rather not. On the other hand, we need creativity, but we're in minute 65. Let's wait a bit. Malik finds Ari. Malik again. That's a cross from deep. I mean, it's something. Imbiri's tired though. Malik for Sukipto. Will Sukipto find a decent passing option? No, he crosses the ball. I think we've seen enough for now. Let's go back to comprehensive highlights until something happens. Hopefully something will. Or nothing at all. Alright, I'll take off Imbiri. And bring on Hidayatullah. He has good off the ball movement. So, also a decent finish as far as I remember, yes. Maybe you can hit the back of the net. And if we lose by one goal, well, at least I learned something. Malik's long ball. Isha wins the header. Nobody's there up front. That should be easy. It is. It's offside. Let's encourage the team one more time. No long kick towards the target man, apparently. Arianto not taking a risky pass. Ferdiancia, Tabuni, Hidayatullah. Great off the ball movement, great pass. Oh, Isha. You mean these two? Him being a poacher? Okay. Would be an idea. Apparently it says pressing forward here. Let's have a look. Well, yeah. Well, as a poacher he would do, but maybe there's not enough supply. As a pressing forward, he holds up ball, closes down more, and tackles harder. I don't know. He still shoots more often and moves into channels because we instructed him to do so. So I guess that makes some sense. Let's have a look at the crosses too. They are mixed now. Mixed seems reasonable given that Hidayatullah is not exactly a tall guy and not a great header. So that said, maybe his pace helps a little bit. The switch in the roles makes sense because they are not used to playing that position. Well, nice save. I'm not sure. Do we need both on attack? I guess in minute 77, yeah, why not? Haryanto with the long ball. That's a foul. On Isha. Could have used a yellow card in that situation. It's a weird one. We do create chances, not as many as I would have liked. That's a decent pass into space. Well done. Arianto picks up the ball. Arianto's cross from deep goes straight into offside territory. Let's have a look at this again. So there's a new central defender here and a new winger. The thing is, Fikri is the one that has the best performance overall, and he's the one that is absolutely tired. So are we actually gambling on Fikri making the mistake? He's a good defender. So who would I bank on to make the mistake instead? I think we'll still try to go down the left. Maybe make the passing a bit more direct so they know at least a little bit how to do this. That was okay. Ari goes down the right wing. Not as instructed, but who am I to judge? Decent one. Not bad. Ari, and that's as good as his crossing goes, yes. Can Halim defend this? Yes, he can. Sakipto does not go for Tabuni this time. Could have been a chance too. Just wasn't to be. Halim wins that duel. Wahab. What are you doing? Long ball towards Isha. Isha wins the header. Tabuni doesn't win the midfield duel. It's offside anyway. 5 minutes to go. Tabuni with a free kick. That's none for Ari. Picks up the ball though. Runs over half of the pitch. Tabuni, Arianto, Arianto with a lob. So this is what happens with pass into space. A lot of lobs over the opponent's defensive 4, or in this case 6. And well, not much happens because our off the ball movement is too bad. Or we're not close enough to it, or whatever. Claim that one, he does. Not much happened in the second half. Hidayatullah wins the header. It's just a tiny bit too slow. Oh. Nice dribble though. He got around his man and, well, didn't finish. Arianto will take another corner. Will he find the head of Isha? No, he will not, because we didn't change the corner taking instruction. Fuck. It's the wrong guy. Well, 4 minutes into the match, I will not change it. 4 minutes to go in the match, I will not change it anymore. And there's another free kick by Muslim. We also hit the crossbar 2 times. That's part of the story of this match, I guess. Otherwise, at least it would have been a draw. And, well, the result is not undeserved, let's put it that way. But a draw, a 1-1 would also have been okay, from the perspective of expected goals. Will Tamuni pick that up? Yes, he does. Goes past his man, and this is offside. Last 15 seconds of the match. For the Ansia, well, no. Not this way. At least now we know what losing feels like again. It's way too late, man. Game's over. Sure, we can go very attacking, but... it will not go through anymore. I also think there's some work to be done with the other tactics. We rarely use them, and, well, I think we didn't fiddle with them enough to fit I guess the skill of our squad. Where's hands in pockets here? I will consider this trolling. The performance wasn't superb, though. Yeah, well, you have a point, but I can't change it now. So... you know, doesn't help. Yeah, have a good day, Charanalot. And thanks for stopping by. Maybe see you later. We'll tell them this is unlucky. Pressure seems to be lifted. That's not bad. Given that they felt pressured last time out too. And now hopefully we can start Jorge Cesar again in this match. Why do you think your team has found the basic purpose of football matches, scoring goals, so difficult to do? Well, but it's very easy. Jorge Cesar stopped scoring, that's it. I learned that changing the tactics all the time, according to what the opposition does, doesn't work. Oh, this. Yeah. Well, it does not for me. Maybe it works for... yeah, but what quality of squad do you play with? Um, I did it a lot prior to streaming, but also on stream here. There's even a meme sticker for it, the tactical overhaul sticker. And from my perspective, this is a lot. Because they don't have tactical familiarity at all, and this goes at the detriment of decision making and so on. So in the end, it might feel like we're doing something useful, but it actually doesn't help much. And performances throughout the season so far, well, they confirm that. Well, man, if you want me to address everything that you do, you can play the game by yourself, right? Okay. In my view, what happened today? Well, he defended well, sadly. Alright. Apparently electricity's back on, or this is the sun, who knows. So we're in 7th spot now. Shouldn't matter much financially. And now we need to get to that cup game. There's a report on Sukipto. Apparently his positioning improved a little bit. He performs well in his new... Oh, he's gotten to natural level. That's very good. That's very, very good. Okay, let's go through the press conference first. Not really. Well, we could have closed him down and tackled him harder or something. I can certainly see that there, well, mistakes have been made is probably a bit much, but there were other options, definitely. And to be fair, the passing into space didn't work either. So it's always a trade-off between what we can do and what would be the perfect thing to do if we had all the skill available to us. I think we made him look good. So Sukipto's banned for the next match anyway. Get him out of the squad. I guess that means infantry plays there. Which also means he can train for 2 days there. Well, let's keep it like this. Hopefully that will help him a little bit, because for now he's not aware of what to do there. The lower defensive line didn't work, and I don't think it will. And this gap over here is also a bit concerning. Halim and Harianto are really tired. We will probably need them to go through the next match though. First of all, let's talk to all of the players though. So he conceded. Otherwise, I'm not that unhappy with him. We could criticize the last game, but that's a bit hard on him, I think, on a 6.9 rating. Not fantastic, but it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. The very attacking didn't do anything anymore. Didn't matter. I could have gone very defensive. It doesn't matter at all. Game was over. It has nothing to do with you, Archer, and all that. And, well, I'm sorry if you feel that way, but I definitely don't. I just try to make up my own mind too. So... Well... Yeah. What do you want me to say? I really don't know what to say here. Is there anything that would convince you otherwise? If there isn't, there is no debate to be had. Doesn't have any purpose anymore. I'm glad that there's all of these recommendations, and but sometimes it will not work out. Maybe because I have another opinion, and that might be wrong. It's just the way it is. Okay. Well, man, I'm always happy if you're around, but if you feel that strongly about how I play a game, I guess, then maybe it's not healthy now. Maybe it's better if you play the game yourself, and if you are successful with it, that's fine, and I'm happy for you. I really am. And I definitely do not hate you. I do not hate anyone. Not on this stream. And, well, if there were candidates to hate, you definitely wouldn't make the top 10. I do think, though, that these discussions are not very fruitful. Like, I don't know. Things will not go perfect because you give the perfect instructions. These perfect instructions might not fit the squad, or I might not be receptible to them. That's not your fault, that's mine, maybe. Or maybe it's the squads or the games. There's a lot of randomness to all of this. Well, you want me to lie. It doesn't make much sense either. I'm kinda annoyed by this result, but on the other hand, it wouldn't matter much to me. It matters a lot to you, apparently. It's just losing a game. Well, okay, but as I said, if you... Can you think of something that would convince you otherwise? Well, I kinda get that. I like perfectionists. I kinda get that. I really do. But then there's a lesson to be learned here, for both of us. I will never be perfect, not the perfect way you intended to be anyway. Not as a human being, not as a streamer, not as somebody playing Football Manager, and neither will you be. Humans make errors, and well, sometimes there's just random bad luck. So, for example, in this case, passing into space didn't work at all. I'm not blaming you for that. It didn't work because our players didn't pull it off, and maybe there's some randomness to it. Let's give that a sample of an entire season, and then we can have a look at it. But I also know that some of the mentals are not that great for passing into space. Like these twos and Aris and well, Mbiri could do with better mentals too. His off-the-ball movement is 9 and his anticipation is 11. So it's not like he's a beast with running after balls that are passed into space. So I knew that. That's why I'm reluctant to do it. I don't know, man. I think I think the first time that you're... How do I put this? This seems excessive, I think is the right word to put it. I don't feel like this is appropriate. And I don't know. Hate is such a strong feeling anyway. So why would I hate somebody that I mean, I barely know you. I guess from the internet, sure, and I'm happy that you're around. But yes, it is. But I'm not sure if I'm part of that problem. Alright, Tabuni has pleasing progress, that's good. It's only his vision that went up though. Given the bad passing last match, I'm not sure if that's very good. 6.7 rating, no chances created. What's his morale? Very good. So I guess we'll praise the tackling, given that it was 2 out of 2. And we go with the other stuff. By the way, I'm perfectly happy to address all of this, but the thing is, you're looking for something that isn't there, I think. And I will not convince you otherwise, so I might as well stop talking about it. I think you... let me think how to phrase this. I guess the assumption is... So it feels like this has been coming up recently, you know, in the past, right? I think back with Yellow Doubts or something. And it's a feeling that you have all the time. So there's 2 possibilities. Either it's me, and you are right. And maybe it's a bit extreme the way you phrase it, but it doesn't matter much. So why would I have that? Well, I mean, I guess it could be, but it would probably fit your view about this. Maybe it could be envy, because you know better. So that would certainly fit your narrative, but I don't think you're you're too intelligent to believe that yourself, I guess. So, knowing better doesn't necessarily, that's not necessarily a bad thing for me. And in particular, I like, for example, in today's case, I like the explanation that their fullbacks push up very high, and I think the criticism to watch more time in the game, for example, that was a good one. On the other hand, it made me forget about what the squad is good at, ours. And our squad has limits. And playing around these limits, even if it doesn't go well every single game, that went well throughout the season. So I assume that the sample of the entire season and the results throughout the entire season hold more value than a decision within a particular game, if that makes sense. Because I'm trying to fit it to the attributes and the skill of the players. Also, try not to change too much. For example, with the passing, I try to go with slightly more direct passing instead of very direct passing. Why is that? Well, they are still competent with that, because it's not that far away from what they're used to. In very direct passing, they are rubbish at passing. They have no idea how to do this. So preferably I would keep the style the same. Or at least vaguely familiar with that. So that's a trade-off I'm speaking of. But I think you interpret it as me not taking your suggestions at all. Like, if I do not pick them the way you think is best, you think it has something to do with you, And it doesn't. Not at all. It would be exactly the same with everyone else. I do not do what, I don't know, Geronello or anyone else says anyway, or neither. Neither is the word I'm looking for. As I said, I could have gone, I don't know, unicorn in this situation. The game was over and I told him. Well, I don't have an order in the top of my head for people. So that's just blatantly wrong. And I think that's a very important lesson because most people do not have an order at the top of their head for their social relationships. It's in German there's the word Totalordnung for it. The mathematical concept that it can be sorted. That's just not true. You know, you value different things about different people. So seen from that perspective, it can definitely not be true. But as I said, I don't think you will be convinced. You made up your mind. And I'm not here to convince you otherwise, man. I'm happy if you are around, and if it makes you unhappy to be around, well, then probably you shouldn't be. But if you want to show up, I'm glad you're around. Alright, last time out, how did we lose against these? Yeah, but I'm way too lazy to lie. Like, it has nothing to do with morale. I'm just way too lazy to do it. I don't like lying because I need to keep track of whatever I've been telling people. So I just tell you how I feel and that's about it. And that might not make sense sometimes, but in the end, okay. Well, see, I don't know why I'm having this discussion at all. Okay, so Simon Owen is still injured and he will be for 6 days to, no, for 2 to 6 days. That's too close, so I guess we are stuck with Wahab. Wahab's kicking has been okay, his throwing hasn't been. I think in his case maybe rolling it out is a good idea. That's in transition. So, assuming we do not distribute towards target man but roll it out, that would keep possession a little bit more. Not sure if possession was the problem last time out, but I think it certainly doesn't hurt. The playing out of defense seems, I don't know, questionable. It worked throughout the entire season, more or less. So why is that? Probably because we compensated for most of the weaknesses of the defenders here. I mean, their passing isn't that bad, it's just Halim's and Arianto's. How's Infantry's, by the way? Rubbish for a midfielder. That's why he passes shorter. So, I don't know, it's a trade-off here too. Okay. We do know about them that Nazar plays as a deep-lying forward usually. So last time we tried to mark him tightly according to the attributes and that didn't go well. Despite his bad off-the-ball movement, he's just too fast. It's a bit weird, but that's the way it went down last time. It was Halim's error and he skipped past him. So we would rather have Halim mark the space most of the time and not the player. That's a lesson that I learned last time out. The other lesson was we considered the goal over our, in this case, Arianto's side. It was Utama's. That was due to the fact that Utama pushes up too high as a supporting player. So that's a lesson learned from last time. Assuming this does happen again this time, we would prefer Utama to play on defense duty or Arianto to play on defense duty, which he can. So he should remain a bit more in the back. We did create a lot of chances last time out, and that has nothing to do with tactical instructions most likely, but with player skill. So I assume that the player skill that is superior will create yet another bunch of chances this time for us. And, well, we will probably score more than 2. Just by creating more chances. By the way, Charonel, in case you still watch this or are back again, first of all, concentrate on work, please. And second of all, I think you missed the debate that we had repeatedly. So, I don't know. I don't think there was any convincing anymore. All right. It's also in case, well, somebody will watch this later, most likely. Might be Mika Billion, for example. It's also no fun to have these discussions on stream all the time. It really isn't. I'm not trying to be like a victim here, but you know, it doesn't help the stream at all to debate if I like this person or that person or whatever. I like to play this game and I like to stream. And that's about it. And I like if people enjoy conversation about this or that. I do not like conversation about if somebody gets preferential treatment or whatever. Whatever that means here, because it's a fucking game. All right. Yeah, I think the quality will shine through. It's a damn big blow. Can you talk about rumors linking you with Simon Prong's Daniel Suproto whatever? No, I cannot, but it seems like we should offer him a trial, cause he has decent jumping reach and stuff. And I very much appreciate jumping reach and strength from a central defender, in particular if it comes with good tackling. Positioning's a bit off. Pace is good. This could be a good transfer. He earns 300 euros a week. And he is Indonesian. So that might be an idea. Well, yes, always. I think so, yes. Thanks, Charon Allet. I'm kind of willing to discuss this on stream, but on the other hand, I feel like it's not appropriate. But there was somebody that joined the stream last time this happens, I know. Last time something similar happened, somebody told me to draw a line. It wasn't you. It was some random guy. And I guess I need to learn how to draw a line. Not verbally though. Just with I've had enough of this. And this has been twice now. And so I think I haven't had enough of this. So I just don't want another occasion of this. It distracts from the stream. And even if I'm a bad player at Football Manager, I think the overall purpose is to have fun. And this is not funny. Right? It's not funny at all. It doesn't help the stream either. And as valid as the input may be, it doesn't help. Also, as I said, I'm way too lazy to lie about this or that. So, yeah. I have no problem with saying that, I don't know, I would be interested in getting to know one or the other guy, but it's not on the top list of my priorities. This is what I do in my free time. I have a job. Sometimes I do stuff for streaming. For example, there's other people that do not get preferential treatment at all. There was somebody that joined a Discord server and wanted me to open up a channel for Football Manager specific topics. I didn't do that yet. I'm willing to do it. I just had other priorities. I didn't forget about it. I also wanted to look into, what was it? Within a web and kicking away the ladder. For Magnet Cabbage, actually. I didn't get to it yet. I didn't forget about it, it's right here. But sometimes I have other priorities. And I guess the priority right now is to get rid of these discussions. So I will deal with this the way it should be dealt with. And it pains me to do this, but I guess I need to learn that. So he will not be around anymore. Sorry to say this. I guess Mika Billion needs to make a comeback, or you will be stuck with me on your own. But I'm happy not to have these discussions with you, that's for sure. No, it's too late. I just got rid of it now. He'll have to make another account if he wants to come back to the stream. It reminds me of ex-girlfriends, actually. Because this is emotionally It's manipulating behavior. And it's, I feel like the emotional baggage that comes along with it is not worth it at all. So, the consequent way to deal with it is to get rid of this social contact, I think. And that's not to say that I do not enjoy his company here on stream. Or, well, even some of the trolling. But it's not worth the repeated appearance of this kind of behavior. So, yeah. I guess it's just consequent to draw a line in the sand, and in this case the line's a wall. So I guess we need to make do on our own. Which might come with additional losses, but on the other hand, at least I will not lose my nerves anymore. So... Okay. Morale in the squad isn't good. That's appropriate for the situation, I guess. Let's talk to them. Will we? I think maybe the best way to put this is if people do want to be that way on stream from time to time, maybe they should prefer watching it on YouTube later on. Alright, Malik's training performance hasn't been great, and I think Abdullah could play, so let's let Abdullah play. That's one rotation that's rather easy. Malik is also somewhat prone to injury. Abdullah's the player that needs that will stay. So he needs some match practice anyway. I know in this match we go about winning and stuff, but it's not like he's much worse. Well, maybe he is a little bit. Let's talk to Malik though about his last performance. No creativity whatsoever, so we will warn him about that. Okay. 6.0 rating is definitely enough for an official warning. Problem is he's a low knee. And he will not remain with the club. So forget about that. Halim will probably play this evening. Even though he's tired and he's very susceptible to injury. I'm willing to risk it at this point. Training has been okay. Last match though, well, I guess he wasn't good enough, given that we conceded. It's not him that's to blame though, so maybe we can praise his tackling. I'm not sure who's to blame. Tackling was good. And he got a yellow card, the first one of the season I think, at least for a long time. How many did he get so far? Where's the stats? He did get 5 yellow cards throughout the season. So, that's the first one in a long time though. They often play together and have a fairly decent relationship apparently. This training is also decent, no complaints. If not for the bad composure, he would be a really great central defender, and we could probably focus on positioning and decision making. In this setup, he's just okay. Well, his composure went up a little bit, but we signed him as a backup player, I think. Yeah, emergency backup actually. We thought we would find somebody else. So for him playing all the time, that's good and all, but I do not expect him to develop much, at the age of 23 in particular. 2 out of 2 tackles though, 16 out of 19 headers. I guess we praised the tackling, even though his defensive performance wasn't that good. But the tackling was spot on, so I guess we go with that. And he can accept it, and then we'll move on. To Arianto. Arianto's training rating is not that impressive. The 6.1 rating last time out is horrible, so we will give him an official warning. The tackling was good, no chances created though, so we'll criticize that. That's more or less very easy, quick win, by the way. The lack of chances created is always something in fullbacks or wingbacks, it feels, at least on our level of play. We can praise the tackles though. So that works. Infantry. Well, infantry didn't play last time out. And to be fair, I don't know why. He will play in the cup game, maybe though. Yeah, there's a ball-winning midfielder. I recall. Oh, he got quite accomplished with the role. That's not bad. I will probably play Tabuni again. Training rating is good. What about the rest of it? Tackling 2 out of 2, we can praise that, even though the chances created are inexistent. So we'll criticize that. No chances created for the strikers. He's in perfect morale now. That went well. Moody. Do we want to play Moody at all, or do we want to play Ari? Ari made it to the pitch last time out, so what did he do with all of the match experience? 6.9 rating. 1 chance created. So I guess the question is, what did Moody do with his time on the pitch? Did he do any better or any worse? 7.1 rating last time out. So the argument basically goes like this. I read it reasonably, but Moody did better, at least according to the rating, which is contrary to what I would have expected, but that's what the numbers say. And I'm a numbers guy, at least for now. I should be a numbers guy, let's put it that way. That's who I want to be. I'm not sure if I always am. So we'll take Moody. His form, though, is not good enough. We can probably tell him. Let's be nice about it, though. He's certain he can improve. Okay. Is there something to be said about the conduct? Sure. Also, he's a good person to have in the squad, so we will tell him. He's a positive influence on the player he's close with. Yeah, that's true. He's just who he is. Right. So much for Moody. Then there's Imbiri. Heavy match load. We could play Isha instead. But I feel like Isha is a good guy to have on the bench in general. On the other hand... No. Well, he has no jumping whatsoever. So if we put 2 tall strikers in the penalty area, maybe that's better. So we'll go with this. I think last time out we tried it like this, float crosses and stuff. That worked reasonably well as far as I remember. And this is rubbish. He played as a target forward last time out. He had 2 shots, 1 on target, so let's criticize his off-the-ball movement, I think. Here. Fair enough, he says. Okay. Is there anything else about him? Well, his heading was okay, 5 out of 6. But is this something I would want to praise now? Probably not. Conduct is good. Overall. I guess that'll do. For the Ansya, I'm not sure about his performance last time out. It was a 6.5 apparently. Well, I'm not impressed. He'll get a warning. I guess for the lack of creativity first and foremost. Fair enough, he says. Okay. And then we'll have Jorge Cesar, who hit a crossbar twice. Yeah. Doesn't matter much in the end. He didn't score. I don't know, he squandered a lot of chances. Is this true? Might be a bit much. He had 5 shots though. I think he didn't lead the line that well either. He got into some positions to finish. That's so middle of the road, all of it. We'll warn him about the finishing. Okay, he can accept that. Apparently, he's receptive to criticism. Okay. So, I will play most of these despite the heavy match load. Hidayatullah, did he make an impact? I think his off-the-ball movement was visible last time out. He will probably not be on the bench this time though, because we got Imbiri. And I want to bring along Imbiri if I can find him. Where the hell is he? Oh, he's on the bench already. True. Yeah. So we need another striker. Who would that be? We could actually bring along Zico. So Mbiri's right side... No, right-footed, so left side or here. Most likely though, Isha will rotate somewhere. So we could use a left-footed player. And that's not Ari. Do I think Ari can make a contribution? Maybe. Probably not the perfect match for a comeback of Sultan Zico though. Utama on the bench still makes sense to me. Even if he didn't train well. Mbiri on the bench. His last match was a 6.6. 3 out of 3 tackled, so I guess we praise that. Sure. And... well, what can we do? I guess we can criticize the lack of chances created. Here we go. Perfect morale now. Hopefully that translates to performance on the pitch. Our Ari's development is alright. Training level not so much. But it seems like he got a little push recently. I think that was prior to the match though. The last one. And his crossing is so absurdly bad. Well, we tried to train him as a winger, so I guess his crossing needs to improve. The alternative is we try to train him as a shadow striker, then his finishing needs to improve. There's also this odd in-between thing that's called inside forward. Would also be a thing. Potentially. And I don't think that's the worst decision. Inside forward. Most likely though over here. Then again, for an inside forward, let's just try this for a second. If we play him as an inside forward here, on attack duty, there's a few things that do not exactly fit his profile here. So, I don't think that's a good idea. In particular, plays no through balls and taking more risks, that doesn't fit. Dribble more, cut inside and get further forward, that fits somehow. Can also tell him to cross less often as an inverted winger, so I guess we stick with that. In the end though, I don't think he will make it to the squad long term. Maybe we'll keep him for another season and then we'll get rid of him. And I will keep Ferdiancia on the pitch here. Okay, so we need a central defender and we need a right back. The right back is an easy choice. That's basically Malik. That's okay. Now we need a center back. So Kipto's banned, otherwise he would be on the bench. Fawzi, Solistio, Yusuf, probably not Yusuf. So Mantri, well, that's playmaker-ish material already. So it's Fawzi or Solistio, I think. Fawzi didn't train well recently. And that's the wrong player with S. Solistio didn't train well either. Who of the two is the better player? Fawzi under F probably. Oh, he's over there. What? There he is. So, seen from that perspective, Fawzi is more of a midfield option, if you want to put it that way. He's technically more gifted, has better vision, and well, so on and so forth. So, Solistio is the better defender. So I guess Celestio comes along. Because that's what we need him to do. Is there anything that we can tell him that might improve his mood? Probably praise his conduct. Alright. And then we need a playmaker-ish type. Also, let's have a look at this guy. So, there's nothing about him than knocking other than knocking the ball past the opponent. Physicals overall seems fine, the balance is a bit off. He's got quite a jumping reach, actually. Crossing and dribbling are fine, first touch is fine, passing is fine, technique could do with some improvement, I don't like that. But if this is the only weakness, I can accept that. Off the ball movement is okay, decision making is bad, and anticipation is, well, so-so. So the decision making will probably improve throughout his career. Teamwork and work rate are really good though. So I expect him to work hard, and that fits the trait. So I think this might be a decent signing. We'll wait a bit. They want to get rid of him anyway. So maybe we can sign this guy. He's balanced and media friendly though. At the age of 24, this will not change much. Maybe too fairly determined at some point or something. But most likely not. Yeah, so we need a playmaker-ish type. So it's either Sumantri or Ramadan. Given that Sumantri is still injured, I think this is a no-brainer. So we'll take Ramadan with us. That's one of these players that I did not expect to make an appearance in the squad at all. We promoted him just for the heck of it, because we had the space. And if I look at his attribute development right now, there's no real improvement. Technique is still horrible. But, well, technique's in inactive training. So maybe he will be a useful backup at least in the future. Not sure yet. To be fair, his performances... That seems very consistently not great. But on the other hand, it seems consistent. For some reason. Maybe I'm just used to inconsistent players though. He doesn't enjoy big matches. Well, I'm used to a very consistent striker though. So, hopefully that makes sense. Alright, let's not overthink this. Okay. So, we're basically doing the box standard stuff with the exception of rolling it out. Because our goalkeeper is not that great at kicking or throwing. So let's roll it out and hope that they find somebody appropriate. The opposition is, well, they should be way worse than we are, but history taught us that that's not the way it works. So we gotta be careful with that. Have a look at them. So no tight marking on Nassar. I learned that last time. His passing's bad enough, his finishing is okay. His off-the-ball movement is bad enough. Strictly speaking, I expect him to get the ball from time to time and then waste some chances. To be fair, he is dangerous as a goal scorer in general. But last time out, I think we made that work for him by marking him tightly. Showing him to the weaker foot, I don't know, I'm probably overdoing it too. Fadli. Fadli is not a good crosser, he is a better passer, but showing him to the weaker foot maybe helps to compensate with that passing. To compensate for that passing, sorry. His decision making's bad. He's got good off the ball movement though. So, what's the chest? I guess he would be closed down anyway. So, I don't think we need to instruct them to do that. Then there's Zakiri. What's the chest here? Always trigger the press on him. He is somebody that can distribute the ball a little bit. He has decent dribbling. His composure is not that great. He looks for a pass rather than attempting to score. His off-the-ball movement is bad. His physicality is bad. He's reasonably fast, but not that fast. I think I will do it differently. So we can still trigger the press on him, but I would also mark him tightly. And, well, with that dribbling, not tackle him hard. But we can set somebody on his heels, I think. For example, this guy. I think that makes sense today. If it goes well, that's another question, but man mark him and make his game very uncomfortable. And, well, his strength is 4, so even infantry is stronger than him. This guy, I'm not sure if he was on the pitch last time out. Reasonably fast for that age. Decent dribbling, first touch, bravery is not that great. I think closing down is a good idea and most likely showing to the weaker foot. Because with that passing, that off-the-ball movement, he might not... tight marking might not be a good idea. Not sure. I mean, if they get to mark him tightly, that's okay. No hard tackles on him, obviously. Yulianto, on the other hand... Well... Let's have a look at the other midfielder. The other midfielder has passing 7 and vision 5. He has passing 7 and vision 8. He's the one with the good tackles. Thank you very much, stream sticker spot. He has strength 1. Also, he's the more attacking one of the two players. I assume this is the playmaker and this is a defensive guy. For some reason that doesn't make much sense. But he knocks the ball past the opponent. So... his off-the-ball movement is really bad, but he's pacey. If he were not to be pacey, I would probably mark him tightly. In this situation, though, I feel like he might run away from his marker. Whoever that is. So I'd rather not mark him tightly. There's nobody on the pitch anyway that can do this. But we'll close him down, and we'll tackle him hard. I think that's reasonable given his attribute profile. We're unlikely to get yellow cards from this. Preferably he will be thrown off the pitch. And in this guy's case, yeah. So he's also a decent passer. Or the central defenders. The best passer is this guy. Back here. Which team do I support? So first of all, welcome to the stream. And second of all, I was born and raised in Stuttgart. Right now, I think I feel comfortable supporting them, given their performances and, well, being above Bayern Munich in the league in Germany. Which team do you support, I guess? And please don't tell me it's Man City. Galatasaray. Wow. Okay. That's a new one, at least on this stream. So, anyway, you're welcome here. And, I do this mostly Mondays and Fridays, at 6 PM. And we are in Indonesia right now. And this is the second leg of a cup game against a third league team, and we are a first league team in Indonesia. And we need to win this, because the first one was a draw. So, it's actually quite an exciting moment, at least for me. And I had the head in my hands last time out, when we didn't win against this team. So now I'm going through opposition instructions and trying to figure out how to beat these guys. Because apparently we're too stupid to score against them, despite creating like 20 chances, but they did score against us. With their whole whopping 4 chances, and no expected goals whatsoever. Do you play Football Manager yourself? Anything in particular that comes to mind that has been enjoyable recently? Crossing's bad. Passing's bad. Strength is bad. Off the ball movement's bad. This guy can have the ball. Do not mark him tightly. Never. He can have the ball and he can play. I guess you're in the wrong spot. I'm a fan of good management, but in particular good management in dire circumstances. So, I mean, dire circumstances is not exactly Manchester United, right? Financially speaking. I respect clubs like Heidenheim or something. The underdog. So, yeah. Not a United fan, probably. Sorry, man. But good luck with that. And you're welcome to stick around in case you want to see Indonesian football. Or, I don't know, enjoy my company. Well, but trolling about Bayern is probably right along my alley. Given that I was born in Stuttgart, you know, you can't be a Bayern Munich fan if you're from Baden-Württemberg. So at least if you have half a brain, that doesn't work. So you can troll Bayern Munich all day if you want. There will probably be other followers that will not be that happy with it, but who am I to judge? Alright. His dribbling and bravery are rubbish, so I expect us to be able to tackle him hard. Problem is he's strong. In his case, on the other hand, his dribbling is bad, his bravery is not that fantastic, and he is weak. So we might as well hit him. He's got a good passing though. So, seen from that perspective, I would want us to mark him tightly? Maybe. I don't know, man. First of all, too many is a very subjective statement. Whatever that means. Second of all, at least in my time in Stuttgart, which is a while ago, I moved ever since growing up there. At least in my time, the Turks were not the problem. The problems were the right-wing people. So your mileage might vary, but I never had a problem with those. Which is a generalization overall, so I don't know if a nationality is can be aggregated that way. I don't think that's... It feels lazy to me, if that makes sense. But in some areas of Stuttgart, obviously, there are people that are not, well, that have other than German background, if you want to put it that way. But that's just the way it is in a country that has a lot of immigration. It's not like we produce that many children ourselves, right? So, comes quite natural. People are coming here to find a job, and obviously, they are from a foreign country. But not even to find a job. They move here because they think it's better to live here. For whatever reason. Some might be right, some might be wrong. We had it with the Syrians, I think. In the last few years, and I'm not judging. But if people of a certain ethnicity or a certain background come to a country, there's other people that come after them, and obviously they will move where the other, well, the people they know are. So you get these occasions like where a lot of foreigners of a different of a specific nationality move into this or that place because they know each other, or at least they know the language, and that makes sense. So yeah, then you have your subculture there, maybe, but it's just the way it works. All right. Apparently encouraging them is not a good idea. Most of them seem to be inspired or motivated. It's not perfect. Are you hopeful of a performance today? I'm always hopeful. Is this a more comfortable... This is not a more comfortable match. Because we need him there. So this is an away game and they play a 4-4-2, so things are fucked up already. This is not what I expected. We will do the usual though. That's long ball, well defended by Halim. Nazar drops very deep. That's the first thing that I see here. He drops very deep. Did we instruct anyone to close him down though? No. What's with Azar? Azar is an even worse passer. Dribbling is decent. I think we should close him down probably. And we'll do the same with Nazar for good measure. What's with him? We were going for tight marking here. That makes some sense. Whose job is this? That's Arianto's. Is Arianto a good marker? Hopefully. His marking is buh. His strength is buh. His jumping reach is not good. Tight marking's probably not a good idea on this guy. I mean, the strength would fit, but... Oh, it's triggering the press anyway. Yeah, no tight marking here. Forget what I just said. Triggering the press and tackling him hard? Oh. We put the opposition instructions on the positions on the pitch. So we gotta go through all of these. Fuck. Alright, gotta redo all of these. Because they changed formation and with the formation, my opposition instructions changed. I'm not sure why this is this way though. Well, okay, let's do them again. So, Azar is a decent dribbler. Bravery is low, strength is low, off the ball movement is good, pace and acceleration are good. We've been here as an deep lying forward, which he most likely plays as, not tight marking, but triggering the press as an idea in case he comes into possession. His composure isn't too great, neither is his passing. Finishing is decent. So if we press him, he might misplace the chance. Or at least misplace the pass. This guy's similar. Knocks the ball past the opponent. His off the ball movement isn't that good. That's Nazar. That's the former deep lying forward. That's the one I was talking about. We determined last time out. Press him. I'm not necessarily a big fan of having to counter him. And last time out we realized that marking him tightly didn't go well. It might be a statistical fragment and doesn't mean much, or it might mean that we shouldn't go after him with tight marking. In his case though, he also is a bad dribbler. He's not that strong. He's somewhat strong, but not as strong as our guys, I think. And his bravery is low. And we have a bit stronger central defenders. So maybe we can hurt him. Zakiri. Dribbling's decent. Off the ball movement's bad. He's a winger, so we show him to the weaker foot. For good measure. His passing is better than his crossing. So in a way, I would have dealt with his crosses preferably. On the other hand, if we show him to the weaker foot and he needs to pick a pass, it's probably up the same alley. Do we want to close him down? I don't know. No specific instructions there, I think. His dribbling is too good to be considered the go-to solution, I guess. In his case, his dribbling and bravery are really bad, same as his strength. He also knocks the ball past the opponent, which is risky to possess, so that's definitely a case of closing him down and tackling him as hard as possible. Passing and vision are okay-ish for midfielders on that level. On our level, we should be able to deal with most of what he does. So no tight marking here, even though it might be possible to take him out of the game. Julianto, basically the same. It's a bit better in his case, but basically the same. We're trying to let them play through midfield and win the ball there, and not in central defense. The central defenders have the better passing, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this guy. He has 9 points of passing. So his auto ball movement is shitty though. And I'm gonna go with an unorthodox solution to this. Abidancia. Abidancia is not that strong, but he's a good passer. We will tell Jorge Cesar to mark Abidancia. And given his his dribbling is bad, his bravery is okay-ish, but his strength is really bad. With 5 points. I'm not sure if hard tackling is a thing here. Might just be. So maybe we also, on the other hand, our striker's not a good tackler. Fuck that, let's risk it. If he goes off the pitch, he goes off the pitch. This guy has a weaker foot, so that's an easy one. Otherwise, we could close him down. Crossing's not really that threatening, passing's not really that threatening. We can also let him have the ball. And tight marking I don't think will work, given that he's particularly tall. So, given his height, I think we will refrain from marking him tightly. This guy has really bad communication skills, no good command of area either. And he's right-footed too. Only not that it matters much. Sembiring. Sembiring's dribbling is absurdly bad, bravery is a bit better, strength is okay though. I think we'll let him have whatever he does. He's the other one's the better one of the two central defenders from the perspective of build-up play. He's also the better central defender in terms of jumping. Heading's bad though. And, our guy might still stand a chance. In particular, given that we have two of these guys in attacking midfield. There's Isha. So that might be good. And in his case, off the ball movement's bad, strength and jumping reach are bad, he's rather pacey. So marking him tightly is definitely not a good idea, we will not do that. They can play through him. I expect him to misplace the passes most of the time. So closing him down might be an idea from time to time. Triggering the press always seems overdoing it. But once we trigger the press, we want to hit him hard, right? Because if we can hit him hard, chances are we will get away with it. And he will go off the pitch. Did I forget anyone? This guy. He's not that fast. He's rather tall. That's weird. He has great off-the-ball movement, which is bad. So, I guess no tight marking on him, given his off-the-ball movement. We would need to close him down, most likely, because his passing's dangerous. So I guess we trigger the press on him, but do not tackle him hard, and we try to show him to the inside to make it less threatening. His passing is better than his crossing though, so that's, well, so-so. Alright, let's confirm this and see if it makes a difference. And obviously I will encourage the team. This is an away game, so hopefully it makes us some sense here. That's okay by Halim. Oh, that's not okay. Wait, give away a corner. Not good. Off to a bad start. They will take the corner. Zakiri takes the corner. Halim defends well. Arianto tries to find Ritsky. That might be a long shot, or not. Well defended. Ferdiancia finds Jorge Cesar, who loses the header. Well, that must be the day. No chance created though, from the corner. Well defended. Isha seems... What's the problem with him? He's frustrated by being encouraged. Okay. So we need to score a goal, right? Well intercepted by Abdullah. Now we're going back. Infantry with acres of space. A nice pass. Isha, oh, puts it past the post. Well, I saw that one in the back of the net already. Halim with yet another long ball, but that doesn't work. We're not passing into space or something. The attacking width is also interesting. We might try to go through the middle instead. Moody. Ah, okay. That should be possible for him, but it isn't. Nazar loses the ball. That's as instructed, by the way. So he went deep, we closed him down, tackled him hard, got the ball from him. So far so good. Arianto finds Isha, who finds Tabuni for a killer ball towards Ferdiancia. He was in the gap though, not out on the wing. Now he's out on the wing for Jorge Cesar, and that's over. Question is, do we want to go through the middle instead? In attack. Not so sure. Abdullah wins the header. Moody doesn't do much. Runs with the ball now. Runs wide. Still runs wide. Good run by Moody. And now he loses the ball. Yeah, not even a corner. And he's very frustrated for some reason. Well done this time. Arianto for Tabuni. Finds Isha. Ferdiancia. They got a lot of men behind the ball. Arianto. Tabuni again. Decent pass. Isha. Jorge Cesar. Hits the post again. What's it with him and the woodwork recently? So... Oh yeah, he man-marks Zakiri. No. Is this a good idea? Who's Zakiri? No, that doesn't make sense. Who's in midfield on his side, though? Infantry is on the right, so this is the left central midfielder. This guy. Who, by the way, is a great target to win the ball from. So I guess infantry will go towards... I forgot the name already, sorry. Right side, so Tvijan. This might also be the playmaker, who knows. Tvijan. We want to mark Tvijan, if I can find him. Here. That shouldn't draw him away much. And man marking in that case shouldn't mean that he marks him tightly. It just means that he focuses on him. Moody's cross towards Isha. Just like in the last match, we have the chances. They're somewhat low grade though. How are they? Focused, anxious, motivated. So anxious is no good. We'll say no pressure here. He's motivated, calm, composed. I would go with demand more, but it feels like, well, maybe they don't like it, who knows. That cross looks dangerous. Easy one for Wahab though. We'll encourage him, I think he reacted positively. Abdullah, as a professional, I'll go with demand more. Halim is a balanced guy, so encourage. Arianto is fairly pro, so I guess we demand more. Infantry is an old one, but I still encourage him. Tabuni definitely demand more, hopefully he can accept it. Modi, all out demand more. Encourage on him, demand more on him. I'm just making this up now from professional or non-professional. If they have professionalism, I assume some resistance to pressure, which might be wrong. But that's what I'm trying to do now. Halim has specific instructions to pass it shorter and he ignores it. Isha nearly won the ball there. It's easy. Well, Halim, Abdullah. Yet another long ball towards Jorge Cesar. That's not good. Is this offside? It is not. First shot of the game for them. Well, if they continue shooting like this and we continue heading towards the goal like we did, I'm Marco's favorites to win. That said, we need to create chances, and we don't. The feedback did go well with most of them though. Not with Arianto, but with the rest more or less. Abdullah, Isha, Jorge Cesar, Tabuni, Arianto. We can commit him forward, can't we? Doesn't do shit here. I know this is how we conceded last time out, but I still think we need to commit them forward against a 4-4-2. Things have changed. They need to help out at least a little bit. Isha wins the header. Jorge Cesar, nice pass for Moody, who loses the ball. Infantry wins the ball back. Infantry running with the ball. Abdullah. That sounds like an occasion for, or looks like an occasion for a cross from deep. It isn't. Tabuni, that's probably offside, is it? It's not. Infantry, at least not according to the referee. Abdullah with a cross. Okay. Well, I guess we take that corner. Why not? Let's see how Arianto does with that one. Jorge Cesar, and it's over again. We create so many decent chances here. Well, not that many, but enough to win this game, that's for sure. So, is this a case of being calm about it and just seeing where it goes? I guess it is. Azar. Oh no. How did the ball reach him? Viljanto, Setyavan. Viljanto again. Setyavan, he is closed down, just doesn't matter. Gritsky with a lob. Arianto loses the duel. It's offside, okay. Can't you guys try to play football now? I'll encourage them all. Seems like they need it. Apparently this works, yes. Verdiancia with a free kick towards Jorge Cesar. 35th goal of the season. Okay. That's better. I like this. So that goal is worth 50,000 euros, by the way. Now, if we score a second, the away goals don't matter anymore. If we score a third, the away goals matter for us. So that's a good one. We needed that one. Now Halim only needs to be able to play it safe. And I will go back to this setup, because I think we can do with some defensive coverage now. And that's probably the team talk to focus here in halftime. Well, it would have been anyway. No, 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 no. Nice tackle by infantry. Good stuff. Tabuni's pass is wonderful. To the other side of the pitch, Arianto... What's he doing? Well... Tabuni. Arianto again. Riskless passing, which is fine, and there's Harianto with whatever that was. That went past the defender. Infantry. Nice interception. Abdullah Halim with a lob towards Jorge Cesar, who wins the ball. Moody did not see an opportunity to go for the pass. Tabuni though, into space. Jorge Cesar with a useless finish. Tabuni for Verdiancia. Verdiancia skips past his man, does he? No, he doesn't. We get a corner though, and we will praise the team prior to that, because they scored. Hopefully they can accept it. It's an away game after all. Yeah, they're happy with it. With the exception of Verdiancia, who is convinced, so that's fine too. Moody's corner. Jorge Cesar doesn't hit the ball. Moody cuts inside, and that's a really bad cross. So, 6 against 4. Are we able to defend this? Apparently we are. At least for now. Would have preferred a second. But so far it seems okay. Thus, we shouldn't be worried. I will tell them not to be complacent. Under no circumstance. And given what I recently learned, we will tell all of them that have no green rating that this is not good enough. Which works. None of them feel pressured. And we will tell those that they have been okay, but they can do even better. Even better is, I guess, dark green. They seem to be happy with it so far, so we'll take that. Decent. Infantry. Also decent. Moody. That's interesting. Not that decent though. Well, we take the throw. And Halim is tired already, so the youngster might make an appearance later. They are quite fresh, sadly. Verdiancia with a free kick. Isha, second goal. Away goals don't mean anything anymore, and Verdiancia with the second assist of the game. So now they need to score 3. We just turned things around. And given that they need to score 3, I will waste time. Yeah, he was out on his own there. That was an easy one. On the other hand, we had such a hard time scoring recently, so I guess I'm still very happy. Let me just think about that again. Yeah. If they score 2, it goes into extended time. Now, to be fair, we are somewhat tired, so extended time wouldn't be great. Tabuni to Ferdiancia, Arianto. Sayaputra for Asar, Sayaputra again, that's blocked. Abdullah doesn't win this one. Header by Halim for Isha. Will he find a pass down the right? He does, for Moody. Moody finds an interesting option here. That didn't work. What's Tabuni doing? Would you be so kind to close him down? Apparently not. Nassar skips past his man. That's dangerous. And that's a dangerous cross too. Arianto puts it into touch for, well, whatever reason. There was nobody else there, but I guess better once in panic mode and putting it into touch than not doing it once somebody's there. Claimed by Wahab. Decent. Will he roll it out? They made a substitution, by the way. So, let's have a look. Who is it? This one. This is a good passer. And he has bad off-the-ball movement. I guess we want him to be marked tightly, if we can. Who would do that? Tabuni, right? That would be Tabuni's job. And Tabuni is not that good of a marker. So, seen from that perspective, Tabuni is not that good of a marker. Maybe closing him down and kicking him in the face is the better approach. Because apparently, he's old, so he might be prone to injury. His dribbling's bad, his bravery is bad, his strength is not that good. His passing's good, his composure though is lacking. So maybe putting some pressure on him will serve us well. Hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, that went into goal. It was offside though, we got lucky. "60 minutes, alright. Who's on the bench?" And who's needed, more specifically? Defense looks okay so far. Is this the occasion to play the youngster? I guess it is. We bring Solistio on, or Arianto, just because he's not tired. So this is his debut. Cautiously. We want to hold on to what we have. That's true, but no pressure on him. Play your normal game. I think, given that he's a youngster making his first appearance in a big cup game, it's probably the way to go. He doesn't feel it that way, though. Well, maybe he would have felt pressured otherwise. Who knows? Verdiancia. Halim doesn't pick up that ball. Moody. No cross. Infantry. Lob. Oh, interesting. That was a chance. On another day, Jorge Cesar would probably pick that ball up. Imam Zakiri, that's a long ball, that's a youngster. We just substituted him and he intercepts just fine. Well done. Really well done. Quite proud of him. Moody. To be fair, this should be on his level, at least to a degree. Should be able to adapt to this. Isha. Ishata isn't that fast, is he? Jorge Cesar, though. Moody. Oh, side netting. How are you able not to hit the goal from that position? That's quite impressive. Really quite impressive. Halim. Setyavan. Celestio, that worked fine. Tabuni's long ball is great. Clearly no offside here. The central defender was absurdly out of position. But sadly, we hit the hands of the keeper here. Is this a thing? Nazar. Tovoliu. Setyavan. Tavaniri, that's no offside. Nazar is dangerous to have here. That's for Wahab. Sure, it was a finish, it got blocked though. What the hell is this? I see where this is going, but Jorge Cesar is absolutely exhausted. Okay, so I can see the appeal in substituting him. We'd put Isha up front again. I still think that's a reasonable choice. He will learn to play there at some point, hopefully. And I like him for his flexibility. Tabuni looks professional. I like that very much, even though he's exhausted. So we have one more substitute. It's Ramadan, Utama, Malik, or Ari. Sure, I could bring Ari. I know at least one guy who would like that. On the other hand, well, Moody didn't do well. But I'm trying to prepare for potential injuries. He's spirited, so he should have some resistance to pressure. That should be easy. They substitute 2 players. Let's have a look. Because we subbed 1. Okay. Let's have a look. Who came on? Tritohari is a central defender, apparently. At least that's what they use him for. He does have bad dribbling and bravery. His passing is shit. So no tight marking on him. Let them play through him. Otherwise, not much trouble there. Also, we didn't get a single yellow card, did you notice? Despite all of the hard tackling. Maybe that has to do with the fact that the instruction is appropriate, who knows. Throw him to the weaker foot in case it's needed. Devara Muri. We had him. So Fadli is the last one. That's a case of closing down, I think. No tight marking, in particular given we are tired. But trigger the press on him, yeah. And given his dribbling, probably no hard tackling. The no tight marking is questionable. Say we mark him tightly on accident, I guess I would be fine with that. Because his strength and so on doesn't really feel like he's able to challenge. Abdullah, infantry, Abdullah again. Abdullah with the cross. That's questionable goalkeeping, I think. Tabuni, Imbiri, come on Imbiri, make it free. Or not. Fadli. Setyavan Wahab claims the ball with some authority. I still miss Owen though. Halim, please don't pick the long ball. Why would you do that? Now we're in trouble. Well defended, I guess. Isha Imbiri with the ball at his feet, and apparently nothing came of it. Moody with another nice free kick, hopefully. Apparently not. Celestia finds Tabuni. Obvious pass by Tabuni for Moody. Halim. Halim's cross. Ooh, interesting. Ferdiancia. Infantry. Tabuni. Also decent, not so good. Setyavan. And that pass should be easy to intercept, and it is. They are getting the men forward to support the attack. Cool. So we have two choices. Either we try to go for the last absolutely devastating counter, or we try to defend this a little bit, or we try to give some experience to somebody. And, well, we're not... well, Malik's experience is none of our concern. Abdullah doesn't have a great game, but otherwise he's fit. So I'm okay with this. Halim is exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. We could bring... we could put back infantry, but I don't think that's a good choice. Halim will need to make it through the last 10 minutes. Utama for Arianto. Well, Arianto's game has been shit. But Utama is slow. And Utama would be faced with this guy, who is also not that fast anymore. He's 34. Not sure. That could be possible. Let's put it that way. Ramadan definitely could use any experience he gets. Tabuni is also tired. On the other hand, Tabuni's performance is fine and his passing will probably work for another 10 minutes. So I guess that makes it to Ari. Moody relies on his pace. That didn't show so far. If we put Ari on the pitch, that would imply that we go down the wing. That doesn't make much sense. We want to go through the middle in this case. You know what? I'm gonna pull Ferdiancia actually, despite the 2 assists. And we'll put Ari on the pitch in his position. That's not fantastic. On the other hand, that penetrates defense. Let me have a look again. So this is on the left side from our side, so on their right, this penetrates defense here. Between Setyavan, who is absolutely tired, and this guy, who did not came on, but... well, I don't know. Seems like he didn't contribute much, given that he's not tired. So hopefully we can get in there. Well. Okay. Apparently I cannot give a talk to him. Cool. For whatever reason. Defended by Tabuni. Tvian with... I guess that's a hopeful effort. And we will praise the team. Celestio with a questionable long kick. Oh, Moody nearly won the ball. Moody won the ball. And, well, Mbiri is not one for the headers. Moody again. Tabuni. Take the long shot? No. Infantry. Takes the pass. Isha. Yeah, we take the free kick too. Why not? Who will take it though? So, according to this, it's infantry. Let's have a look at the free kick takers for a second. There's... I should probably put some free kick takers in there, shouldn't I? Where's infantry? Down here. So, in the future, I would rather have Tabuni taking these free kicks. I should probably deal with that at some point. How's his long shots? His long shots are 6, that's not great. Well, if infantry scores, I will not say anything, but in the future somebody else should take those. Not sure why there's no instructions about this. I will say something. That's unlikely, but I'm very happy about it. So that makes it free, and yeah. If there was ever any doubt about this game, there isn't now. To be fair, I had a lot of doubts about this game prior to playing it. Does work now. Alright. So... time wasting is on already. I think the attacking width can go down to fairly narrow now. Given that we play against a 4-4-2 anyway, and with inverted wingers, that should help a little bit with defending. In particular the middle, which is where we need to defend. Hell, maybe we score a fourth, but I don't think so. Overall, I think we'll praise him another time for the remaining 3 minutes. Not do much about our defensive setup, and that's about it. Ari for Mbiri. Ari again. Well, he wants to go through the middle, I guess. Or not. It's a free kick. Oh. Ari is taken off injured. Yeah, well, we'll keep it as it is. That had to happen, didn't it? Okay, yet another chance. Fine. I should probably put Mbiri out there, but it doesn't matter anymore. This game is won. And fouling off Ari after he came on doesn't change it. That's probably, though, well, hopefully it's not serious. But if it is, it's probably a bigger bump in the road for him in his career. We had our doubts about him anyway, at least me. Fine. Overall, this looks decent. And this time, the performance is reflected by the result. Last time out, we didn't score. Well, that's not true. We did score 2 goals. But last time out, they made 2 goals off similar expected goals story. So they were really lucky. Yeah. And now we're playing the final. And I'm happy with this. Any particular people that need the talk? Yeah, Moody does. Same as these two. That might help. I should criticize the performances of those that don't have a green rating more often. Hi, Bravo. You're back straight for our qualification for the cup final, so that went well. I guess, yeah. Now we need to win it. So Tega Infantry scored from a free kick. I don't think that will happen once more, given that I will definitely not allow him to take the free kicks in the future. I'm still not sure it happened. It was a great moment. Yeah, that's it. Do I have an opinion about him outperforming his expected goals? Probably due to simple strength and stuff. So, anything new with you, Bravo? How have you been doing? Rio, I'm okay with... Oh, fuck. We will pay Percy, yeah. In the cup. 1 on away goals. What? That doesn't make sense. Well, who cares? We won. Scandinavian Wonder Kid crazy. Did you sign everybody from Jytte Hogdal's IK? Because I've got news for you. If I'm not the former manager of Jytte Hogdal's IK, you probably shouldn't sign their young prospects. They're no good. Otherwise, though, 5 to 8 weeks, fractured ribs. The doc will take him. We get 46.08k. That puts club finance 90k in the red. Together with whatever we get for finishing the season, that probably makes us even. And now we stand a chance to not only win the cup and a lot of money alongside it, we also stand a chance of getting qualified for the Asian Champions League within one match. So close I can taste it. Can you now go on and win it? Hopefully. We are going to win this game, I know it. I think it will be very tough, gotta be honest here. How good was Jorge Cesar today? Not as good as I've seen him. Do I have an update on Muhammad Ari's injury? Yes, it's serious. Are you confident that Muhammad Ari's injury won't derail your campaign? I am. I'm quite sure it won't, given that I wanted to replace him anyway. So, yeah. What? Apparently he doesn't like me. Well... No. It's about signing him. So let's add him to the short list. And this contract runs out anyway. Can we scout him? 85 euros, yeah, please go. So I will remain positive, and then we'll see if we want him at all, right? Not at all. Oh, fuck. Now everybody is concerned because I didn't want to answer the question about Ari. Well, I really think it doesn't matter that much. How were his performances recently? Sure, he improved a little bit. Look at this. 7.2 to 6.9. 6.6 here. So he was a little bit better than basically average. I think we will probably have somebody that can replace him. Yeah, well, maybe not. But we'll see. For now, there's the ice bin waiting for everybody. Yeah. That will probably be a match that we play with the youth. And it's rivals, so that will not go well. It's also those in the league that we need to defeat if we want to go up. On the other hand, we lost the last match, so that chance can be written off given that there's an 11-point gap now. If we want to go up, if we want to go to the Champions League through these places here. So we will probably finish mid-table, and that's fine. I'm okay with this. So what will I do now? Well, on one hand, I kind of feel encouraged to move on. On the other hand, it's well, 22-42 here, so I guess I'm destined for bed. To be frank, I think I will still reflect on today's stream from a social perspective. I guess given what happened is too much, but I'm not used to it yet, and I just think these things have an impact on a streamer or on any person. So I guess I will think about that more than about the results. On the other hand, I'm really happy with the second leg of the cup. I'm not so happy with the match against PSIS. But this is more due to the consequences it had and not so much about losing the match. I also don't feel very guilty about losing this match. That stuff happens. And even if I had followed this or that instruction, we might have lost it. We also might have won it, maybe not doing anything, not changing anything, might have won it also. So who cares? It's just a match. We are qualified for the cup final though. And well, not this peak, but you know, nearly 200k in the black this month alone. So definitely great. I will see you tomorrow evening, most likely, given that this is a regular stream time. And in particular, bravo if you're still around. Thank you very much for tuning in for the last 5 minutes of the stream. The replay should be available as a VOD on my page in about 5 seconds. So thanks for watching, and I hope you can tune in tomorrow evening. Sleep well, and I don't know, depending on where you are on this globe. I just can't seem to remember. But have a good day, or sleep well, or both. See you tomorrow. Bye.